Xenobite OffSec. Thank you for the follow. All right. I wanted to look at some of the documentation in WASM bindgen first. There was a kind of question in the Cloudflare workers Discord. Let me see if I can find it. I think it was in coding help. Yeah, it was here. I'll bring it over. Here. Basically, we've got a minimal test case where Rust versus Julia, which is better? I've never used Julia, and I'm pretty sure it's like asking which tool in your toolbox is better. They're going to be better for different things. So it's better just to have a toolbox with some tools in it. You don't just want to have a hammer, you know? Because then everything looks like a nail. But yeah, this guy had this issue where things started failing if he hit them quickly, hit the thing quickly. And I looked a little bit at the code, and he has a pattern in here which I hadn't used before. It's in lib. This is all very tiny bit of this, and but this async right here. Oh, you're searching for a new language today. Well, what are you going to build? What? If we go back to the toolbox analogy, um, what are you trying to do, right? Because if you're building some sort of sports car, you're going to need something different than if you're building a cabinet. Competitor for C, Rust. Um, I like Rust. You're looking for a data scientist. Well, Julian Rust. Oh, you're looking for a data scientist job. I see. In those cases, you might want to look at a number of job listings, right, and see what they want people to have experience with. That's more likely to kind of drive that decision, right? If you have a lot of job openings that are saying Julia, 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 um, then you probably want to jump on Julia, even though Rust might be better for it. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, hypothetically, right? Because the jobs want Julia. And the opposite could very well be true. So look at the job openings and just, grab as many as you can and see, for the ones that are where you're looking to work, all the benefits that you're looking to pick up, which one's going to get you the right job. Sorry, I can't be more helpful than that, but it's kind of where it is. So, am I a Rust developer? I've been using Rust for a while now, a couple thousand hours. Let's see, I could go to my insights, channel analytics. Where do I work? I actually do web development stuff full time. So, Rust is my fun language. Yeah. I go to achievements here. Where am I in my achievements? I've done 1,724 and a half hours of Rust streamed. So, a couple hours of Rust. Probably, and plus a couple hundred outside of streaming Rust. So I'm probably close to 2,000 hours of actually spending in Rust. Is it lower to CPU? It is efficient, similar to C or C++. Yeah. Good morning, Ravi. I don't think I said that. Good morning. Rust is your fun language. That's what you'll tell your coworkers. So you've written some really horrible Rust code lately? Refactored, but still horrible. Uh, well, we've all been there. We've all been there. All right. Morning, Johannes. And selective duplicate. Good morning. So, for me, that little bit right there, that's a lot. Oh, it's code repetition. Yeah, you can fix that in a couple ways in Rust. Utility functions, macros. Let the compiler expand it out. Templates. Well, not templates, but generics and traits. All right. So today, we are going to be working on getting session cookies. There we go. So what we got today. Now, we want to be able to take our session to and from cookies, and then to also be able to validate it. So we have to come up with a format for the cookie. And I want it to be easy to maintain in the future. So right now we just have the idea of roles in here. But what if we also wanted to be able to add later, like a name or something else? Can I show you performance of Rust? Well, there's a great big benchmark thing. Where's a good list for there? That's Actix Web has, I think, a link to this. Documentation. Oh, it was just down there. Benchmarks. Tech and Power Framework benchmark. All right. So when you look at this is for doing web-based benchmarks, and wow, performance higher is better. What are these things? C++. Yeah, so you have a couple of them. Actix Core, Actix Postgres. Oh, what did I click on? I don't know what I clicked on. Ooh, a V language. I haven't heard of V. You're still learning Rust? No idea how to. Well, toss it in. Can you fit it in like a playground link? But basically, if you go through this, um, let's see, around 20. Let's look at the composite scores. Did I click on that? Or is that not a link? Hmm. Wow. C++. NTEX. Yeah, I haven't heard of that one, but here's ActX. ActX has been in the top, I don't know, 10 for a while now. But basically, once you get up into the top end of this curve, right, things are just fast. And some languages make it easier for it to be fast and safe. You'll actually push it to GitHub in a while. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I don't have a really great benchmark for this stuff. There's probably some other places that might have better uh, language comparisons, but that's the web one. I didn't realize that WASM bindgen could work on async functions, and that would be really really nice to be able to have it automatically wrap a lot of this. Because we keep doing the JS future from yada yada. Right, we've got all of these JS future froms that could have been pushed upstream, like just a little further up. Do I have async runtime on WASM? Yes. Yes, you do. If the host supports futures, right? Well, I guess that's not entirely true. You can have it because Rust supports it, right? So Rust and WASM supports async. Now, if you need to interact with something outside of WASM, like the host environment, and they support it, you'll probably have to create some sort of shim in order to be able to interact with that. But in this case, where I'm using WASM inside of JavaScript virtual machine, then it does work. Oh, it's a project taken from the Rust in Action book. You're extending it with features mods of your own. Oh, nice. Grew up like clone. Which language do I use? At the moment, it's mostly front end stuff. So JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. I'm going to crank my desk up so we can stand. Zach Rip? Yes, there are. There's a bunch. Actually, we were looking at them yesterday. I might still have that page up. Let me check something. Huh. Ah, here. Benchmark of WebAssembly runtimes. So there's a bunch listed in here. Um, one of them is V8, right? Node. So you can kind of peek through here. There's a couple. You want to make this UI? Oh, this is like you want to rebuild this, or you just want something that looks like this layout. What did I miss? I feel like I missed something. I'm gonna scroll up. 1 MB. Yeah, Johan asked, what was 1 MB? It's a lot like Go. Okay. Yeah, I did ask, like, what is the VLang? Haven't tried it though. Oh, interesting. 8. Uh, really? Wow. That's, is that also an 8? That's a 3. And it's a 0. Wow, it's quite something. 5. Obviously a 5. Does it say it only works on numbers? Sorry. Yeah, let's see. What do we have here? Oh, let's turn off Dark Reader. Oh, they're using some TensorFlow thing. My eyes. Ah. Yeah. So you got fonts, bootstrap, style sheets, font awesome, yada yada. I mean, this is just pretty much basic HTML and CSS setup. I guess the magic's going to be in this, whatever this TensorFlow, TFJS. Probably this project here. And pmjs.com. My marmalade, how you doing? See, the one thing, the one big improvement that this website needs, this one right here, is to automatically focus into that search packages box. Why do I have to click into that? That's the first thing I'm going to want to do anyways, right? I'm not going to want to sign up. I'm not going to want to sign in. I want to search every single time I come here. Just let me start typing. So this is what they're actually using on that page. Alcide, good morning. Thank you for the follow. All right. You're going to do it with Create React project. Okay. Yeah, you can make that website with React. It'd be fairly straightforward. Manea Cube. Thank you for the follow from MPX. Yeah, by all means. You're practicing React. Oh, yeah, so hard. Be pure. React, there are some things in React. I've been using React for 5 years now, and there are some things in it that I don't like. I don't like the magic. Um, I get that they're trying to be fast and efficient, but I think they've actually backed themselves into a corner with their state management story. Julian, good morning. How are you? Vital high? All right. All right. So let's set a cookie. What do we want this session to serialize and deserialize to? Probably something like this. Maybe also with um, email. How about we don't do it this way, but we create it from a user. So we can do it from a user record. Just delete that. Simple. From model. So we'll have a user. Now we need to create a session from that. The signature should probably always exist. Oops. Let's bring that into scope. Oh, nope. No, 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 no. Try again. That should be create models. There. So we are going to return self with email roles. And then we need some sort of signature. I guess signature doesn't really belong in here, does it? But it's a method on it. Good morning, Jack. Have I ever tried Svelte? I haven't, but I thought I would. See, Svelte, there's a number of them out there that I think would be really nice to use. Am I going down the wrong path? Is this the wrong path? Andrea, good morning. Oh, Mitch. Mitch, you left the glitter on the screen. There we go. All right. I like being able to serialize to and from this. Right. So we can go from a user, and this would just be let user email roles, comma, dot, dot, and equals user. We'll deconstruct that. Okay. Now we've got email and roles there. So we can easily create a session from that. So we can go from a cookie to a session and a session to a cookie. And that there will include, that'll include the signature. So if we're coming from the cookie to the session object, we'll do the validation. It did say digit recognition at the time. Oh, did it? I'm going to use. Okay. Yeah, I missed that. I missed that. Oh, and thank you for the cheer, Jack Side. Thank you. Good morning. How are you? So in this case, we are going to impl from a session to cookie. And this will be a static lifetime for the cookie. Because everything in there should be owned. New cookie. Builder. Is it build or builder? Guess we'll find out in a moment. Let's call it session. Session cookie. Makes sense. And then the value. What is the value? Can I find value in this? Oh, of course. There's something missing here. I'm not gonna know. I need environment information for this. Basically, what I'm thinking is, on this we have all sorts of things like path, right? Secure, set secure. Is it set path? Right. So we could return a cookie and then have all of these different pieces on this, but I would like a consistent place that we could set these. And unfortunately, I don't really have a place to know whether or not it's secure. Right? We don't have that environment variable. So it feels like we need to bake this in and say, okay, development, you're using insecure cookies. Production, you're using secure ones, something like that. Yeah, because we're not going to have access to know whether or not this is secure. Oh, yeah, and did anybody have something that they wanted to be? I don't know. If you read the redeem for mentoring, Seed has graciously donated 1,000 bits to some 15-minute little blurb that I'm going to be setting up and putting on YouTube. So, if you have a question about something that could be answered in 15 minutes, let us know. And if nobody takes, I'm gonna refund you on that. So we're going to take session here to value. Oops. That's a borrow. That should never fail. CyberDev, good morning. How you doing? JSON value. Do I have a to JSON trait? I thought we did. To JSON string. We do have one. Or anything that supports to JSON. We got it for object. Oh, I see. Let's do one for value. JS value. There we go. Not sure if I got mentor channel points you redeemed. I didn't. Hold on. Is it in the So I was gonna do some of those tomorrow actually. Do I have any tips on starting a coding stream? Oh goodness. So I have one from Johannes. I was going to be doing. Basically, this is what I have. So I'm probably going to do a couple at a time. Okay. Yeah, what I have right now is from Unseed. Oh, your other account Unseed was bugged or something. It wouldn't let me. I do have the message. It's actually asking me if I want to let it through or not, but because here. But because it didn't actually have something, I didn't want to take your points if nobody was going to use it, right? I can go ahead and refund it to your other account. But if somebody didn't have something that they wanted to be mentored on, I was going to give you your points back. So that's why I didn't click the button yet and take it. I can actually refund it for you here. There. There you go. But yeah, you should have that back now in your other account. Oh, okay. Well, let me know. Let me know if anybody has something that they want to have a little short video for that explains something like that. All right, now starting a coding stream. Oh, Julian. Yeah, yeah. I mean, if somebody has a fun question, I mean, it's got to be related to kind of what we do here. Um, Now, tips on starting a coding stream. I think the big thing for that is, you know what your purpose is for starting a coding stream. Is it to teach people, to learn, to make money? Because you, I mean, you're not going to replace your income with a coding stream, right? Not unless you're ducks and you're sitting at the top of the channel and people are tossing in money to feed you, right? Oh, can you ask details on your mentoring question? Absolutely. Have fun and teach stuff? Yeah. Um, I think that's a great way to go. And trying to For me, it was to learn Rust, right? And you, for me, I sat there at the very, very, very beginning with hardly anybody watching, right? Here, let's pull up some stats. Um, and I was okay with that because I was learning Rust. I was having fun with it. But the hard truth of this stuff, here, let's go back. Here, I started in September, way back here. Peak viewers. These are peak viewers. And most people that come into a channel don't actually say anything, right? So even though you might have one person sitting there with you, they're just watching, right? And I think one of the biggest things is just to speak during these times as if you're kind of in an interview, right? You just think out loud, keep talking. And that's hard for a lot of people. So, I mean, at this point, right, where we've got, I don't know how many people are in the stream right now. 15 people in the stream. You get some, back and forth, a little bit more. But in the first couple of months, that's hard to come by. I mean, for me, I don't think it started picking up for a while. Yeah, at this point, a couple months in, you'd have a stream with only one person, two, three people, and then you'd get like, 15. You'd be like, whoa, what happened? And then you'd have a couple that there was like zero people watching. Yeah, it's one of the reasons I try to like I'll raid somebody that's doing some similar content that maybe just started streaming, and sometimes you see them kind of get a little flustered, like, whoa, like 30 people additional. How that's more people than have ever like been on my stream at one time before. And you just have to be yourself, be calm. Do the rubber duck coding where you're talking, 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 explaining your thought process. Why am I doing this? Um, what are the side effects if I do this? Yada yada yada. Right. So, um, and know that it's just slowly gonna grow. So be consistent, consistent, consistent. I did have a little bit of a dry spell. Here, let's pull that back up. See, for me, yeah, during this winter here, I wasn't able to stream very much. I wasn't actually feeling that good. So you can see like my daily average viewers were actually pretty high here in the end of 2020. Or is that the beginning of 2020? No, that's the end of 2020. And then like I just couldn't stream. Then I kind of came back. And some people were consistent. Like when I started streaming again, you saw the same people, but then a lot of new people. Stream coding is brave. Yeah, just gotta hang through. And this is the same for me. And I use what stream? So Musean wrote this in Rust. So if you look at Musean's GitHub account, um, you can see like right now, this the Cliff Can't Code is doing a 15-hour stream. Wow. Right. I hung out in Cliff's channel yesterday. You have 5 years experience as a coder, and you'll be afraid to show people how incompetent you are. I don't. I've had 20 years experience, and I'm still very incompetent at many things. So I mean, coding is all about learning and how you adapt. Right? You're going to be an expert at some things and a complete novice at others. That's okay. Would I say the hardest part of streaming is holding that viewer count or gaining subs? I, for me, it's just nice to have people around. So that's really nice. Um, Having subs. Let's see. I got 15 subs currently, and that's nearly enough to pay for my coffee for the month. So thank you all. Um, so yeah, I mean, you subscribe, you're basically buying me coffee. Um, and I don't really focus on the subs. That's why we don't have like some like sub marathon or like something on the screen that kind of advertises how many subs there are. You know, some people want to buy me coffee. That's cool. Level two is asking if the code looks okay. Actually, that's a great way to do it because sometimes you can actually find a fantastic mentor in the chat. And I know Musean kind of comes around here sometimes, but Musean just happened upon me and is a fantastic Rust coder and ended up mentoring me. So I am forever grateful to Musean for this. And if somebody comes into your channel and you say, "Hey, what's wrong with this code? How can I make it better?" and somebody pops up and starts to mentor you, oh, take full advantage of that, right? A good mentor's time is priceless. Oh, followers, not subs. Gotcha. Yeah. The followers will just slowly increase. And I kind of see kind of a 1% sort of channel occupancy, right? Because I think Raimo was at about here. We're gonna go look at Raimo here. Raimo. Oh my goodness, I don't remember his numbers. Anybody remember Raimo's numbers? Or here. CM Griffin just broke 10,000. Yeah, I do look at these things because I'm just trying to build up a correlation, and you see that he's hovering just under a percent, right? So for the number of followers that you have, you're just under a percent for the daily active viewers. I think is he at 10,000? Here, let's scroll down. Yeah, he's at 10,000 now. Percussive maintenance and harsh languages debugging tools. Been programming 30 years and you've been a CTO and would still not like to show people how you code at the micro level. It's funny. I was actually asked if I wanted to interview as a CTO for a company the other day. Like, I don't know. What is the Dunning-Kruger effect? I don't know this. Hypothetical cognitive bias, stating that people with low ability to at a task overestimate their abilities. Oh, yes, yes, yes. I didn't know it had a name, but I've described this before, where where basically you have people coming out of college, programmers coming out of college. Here, let's see if it lines up. Here, I'll explain my reasoning. And people come out of college, they think they're all like, they are the best thing. Oh, thank you. Oh, we got a smoothie. Thank you. Mom made it herself. What's that? Oh, thank you. Um, but yeah, you end up having some kid come out of college, think they're all that, and then they get mentored by somebody, and they're like, "Oh my goodness," because they start out with like you ask them 1 to 10, how good are you at this language, and they're like, "I am a 9," and then they start like coding with somebody that really knows what they're doing, and they realize they're a 3, and you kind of as a mentor have to manage that sort of emotional like drop, right? Well, that's happened a couple of times, but oh yeah, you can see it here. Yep. Here you have college, right? They're taking you up the roller coaster, and then you get into industry. I go, wee, all the way back down. And then you start getting mentored again. Yep. Yeah. That is such a fun roller coaster. Hey, yeah, you can play on it. A resub message doesn't show in chat. Oh, we gotta do that. Yes, we gotta do that. Oh, and thank you for the raid, Brooke. For CTY360. Thank you for the resub. Part time. In goat wrangling? Oh, goat wrangling is a different. Oh my goodness, goat wrangling is tough. Yeah. And thank you for that resub. And thank you for the coffee. You share the same graph as C++ knowledge. Yeah. What's a virtual destructor? Somewhere on the first downslope. But yeah, this is so true. And he still uses what the full name is. Because yeah, I could call you Bear, but I don't know. I that or Doodah, Knuckles, Waffles. What else? CTY 360. Cow says Muma. 2 weeks. Yeah, yeah. The next renaming. That's gonna be fun. Rust has a harsh learning curve. Rust has learning cliffs. So yeah, today we've just been chatting mostly. See, let's say we got something more permanent. We'll see. I don't know if you're waffles. Yes, waffles. Are you ready for that commitment? I mean, really, when you think about it, that's a lot. Let's see. My daughter once made a smoothie, and she put some sort of like a cod liver oil in it, and that was, your daughter hands you this thing, and you're like, do you taste it? And that look comes over your face, like, that's so good. We done some weights. Happy you can see the our beginning to lift weight a lot easier. Oh, nice. Yeah, just you have to be so careful about overdoing it, which is what I usually do. I'll like start into it and then I'll like increase too fast and I'll hurt myself. E dot build finish. Is that what it is? Oh, really? Hmm. Oh, and that's a result. Finish returns a result. No. Yeah, I was creating some other thing on this. The swallow struggle. Yeah. It's been about a week and you've slowly been at it. Oh, seen it become easier. You're going to keep using the weight for another week. Oh, nice, nice. I need to redo the climbing holds on my climbing wall. I built a climbing wall in my front room, in my living room. That is a really good workout. Just holding onto a wall. Like I found out if the if it's not set up in an interesting enough way, I just don't use it. All right. We already have cookie jar. So yeah, I would like to take advantage of this. Downside is this. I want secure. Maybe we should have some other function for creating a cookie. Kind of abstract this out. I gotta forward a message. Like, all right. So let's extract that out for a moment. That and we'll, yeah, let's do that. Cookie jar. I don't really want a separate file just for this one function. Function create. Not taking self here. And in fact, it's going to be this. And it's going to return a cookie. An owned cookie. Or do we want to carry that through? Yes, we could. All right. Or you can just combine them. Oh, good idea. That and then you can get some very clever sort of weight setup. Um, one that I thought would always be fun to use um, is chains, right? Heavy duty chains. Because as you lift them, they become heavier as you get more and more off the ground. And then if you wanted to pick up more weight, you basically just start with more in your hand, right? So you start with further up. And good morning, only cliches. On the cyber dev. What's the reason I use Vim instead of an ID like VSC or Sublime? Um, because I'm comfortable with Vim, right? I've been using it for well since before Visual Studio was free, right? VS Code didn't exist at the time. Sublime didn't exist when I was starting. So I think, you should really just pick an editor and get really good with it. Like, it doesn't matter which one it is, as long as you can master that one editor, or just get really darn good with it. Yeah, I've got I've got some big chains that I'd really want to clean up before, because all of my chains are like heavy duty, right? Like like you're dragging a tree kind of chain, or it's like the snow chains for the tractor, right? They're like 80 pounds, 90 pounds. Hmm. It's got little seeds that get stuck in your teeth. So let me know if I get any kind of stuff. Okay. So we've got create there. Gonna get rid of this. Hmm. Oh, that does actually produce a static stir. Referring to Vim about the last message. Oh, I see. It's way more light. Yeah. That you can pick them up at any hardware store. Right? Shari sheep. Oh, wait, no, I'm saying that wrong. I said, what are we doing? We're actually making like a WordPress or Wix alternative. And at the moment, we're trying to work on some cookies. See, I don't actually think that we need this, but it's not going to let us delete this, is it? If we did that, it is. I think it's lying. First person to actually say it correctly. Oh, now I have to remember how I said it. Happy Saturday. Good morning. Well, I'll definitely try again. Okay, so now we have this cookie, and we can, let's see, toss a little fix me in here. Love note to my future self. We'll put this secure true, like so. There. All right. Future self love note complete. Now, what we're going to do here instead is cookie jar, here, session, and the duration. How long should sessions be? Making a website? Oh, good. Let's see. Oh, well, thank you. Oh, my scroll was off. Thank you. Thank you for that. Bengarioth, good morning, and thank you for that. I appreciate it. That helps fund my my coffee. It's okay. So now if we're creating a session, how long how long do people like their session cookies to last? I'm guessing this should probably depend on, oh goodness, the kinds of as long as possible, right? Yeah. Like a week, 2 weeks? Rust is such a great language. You recommend checking it out? Oh, I love Rust. Rust is very good. So we're making a website like you don't know what Rust is. You only have ever done game dev. So Rust, yeah, Rust is like C++ meets Haskell. So think all of the speed and performance of C++ with the uh, type system of Haskell with an incredible amount of fantastic tooling. Don't make me log in unless it's your bank. Okay. A month. Well, we're gonna say a month then. So that's 30 days times um, how many seconds are in a day? 86, 400. There we go. Oh, standard bar cow, standard time duration. Oh dear. Cow owned. Type mismatch resolving owned. Result? Oh, is this a string? What is this? Oh, that is a result. I mean, this just shouldn't fail. Yeah, and it's got a very supportive community. Like each one of the Rust communities are just fantastic. Let's see, we've got a whole bunch in here. The Discord one, Godot, right? Godot Rust. Godot isn't one, but the Godot Rust one is. Tokyo, very helpful. Like, I don't know how many times Alice has actually answered my questions in here, but just over and over and over again. And actually, Carl helped me with my Discord stuff. Um, I haven't done much with Bevy and Amethyst. I've just kind of popped into their Discords, but also the Rust ones down here. Super helpful. So you're more of a Node.js boy yourself. Now I got one of those seeds stuck in my tooth. All right. So from session to cookie, that's working. From cookie to session, we should validate this. Oh, and we forgot to sign it. I wonder if the Base 64 encoded result of the SHA-2. What's the length of a SHA-256 or 512 length? I say 512. No, 64 bytes. Okay, 64. That looks like more than 64. 128. I hear. So we could say the first 128 bytes of the cookie are going to be the signature, and then anything past that's actually the what's been signed. A signature. Hash sign. Oh, we don't have the environment here. Oh. Use Node extensively in your life. Still have a love for JS. JS is paying all of my bills. Rust just feels like it fixed a lot of the issues that you're personally having with it. That's the same thing for me. This is NeoVim. I forgot that I needed the environment. Oh. Well, if I do that, can't really do this. We can do this from the event object. Top 10 plugins. COC is really nice. COC is what's giving me all of the type information. You can use it for JavaScript, for TypeScript, for all sorts of things. Uh, chicken breast powder. It's like a protein shake at that point. Um, Goodness, do I have more than 10 plugins? Okay. Yeah, I got more than 15. More than 10. I've got my theme. GD script. I never use this. I can get rid of it. Editing Markdown. I do use that. Lightline. That's a little bar down here. I like the way that's set up. Snippets. I wish I used these more. Really. These and these. Here's COC. FCF. That's this guy here. Commentary and surround were very, very nice. The Git stuff, also very good. So you can like um, gdiff split and see the actual diffs here. Well, if it wasn't a new file, you'd see a better diff. Um, I don't know. I mean, there's so many good ones. Multivim for me, I use all the time. I don't really use this one. So probably abolish, multivim, commentary, surround. Right. The Git stuff here. That and COC, I think, would be my big ones. And if you want, you can check out the dot files there. Oh, Vim or NeoVim? Um, either one. They're both really good right now. NeoVim's plugin architecture is slightly different, so that the editor isn't hung up. I don't know if they fixed this in Vim, to be honest. I just don't know. Just to be frank, I don't know if they've fixed that. But one of the big things for NeoVim was that a plugin spinning on something doesn't hold up the editor. Oh, and true color support. Because, it's got to look good. All right. Well, unfortunately, I don't think we can actually do this. Mm, from session for cookie. No, because we need two inputs. Function. All right. Here, let's just do a session cookie. We'll have the event, which basically has everything for us. Uh, does it need to be mutable? No. Okay. And then the session. Either that or the user. Where's the cookie struct from? That's actually from the um, yeah, it's absolutely got to look at. Um, we stripped down the cookie crate, so crates.io. I've been trying very hard to keep the file size of the WASM bit really small. So we actually went through, took the cookie crate, trimmed it down to be very small, saved some 40 kilobytes, was it? Created mimeograph crumble. Yeah, 40K. So this is where it's coming from. But truly, it's coming from the cookie crate. So I don't think we changed much. Um, for cookies, all we did was remove expires because that pulls in a lot of extra stuff. The one in Rocket? Oh, get private? Yep. Set private to have it encrypted. Yes, and we're purposefully avoiding that because um, that ends up pulling in a lot of encryption libraries in Rust. That's what you're describing there is actually the cookie crate, the previous one. That's this one. It has features for that. And we stripped all of that out. That's all gone. Um, yes, that's absolutely normal. Yep. And eventually things like bricks become lighter. Yeah. Exiting. uh, that's funny. All right. Take that, toss that in there. Mm. Oh, here. And the data value. That's borrowed. Hey, buffer01. Buffer1. You don't want to have veins. One paper cup. Just one paper cut. Um, yes, we are using COC, Conqueror of Completion. So here. No, that's Crumble. That's the trimmed down version we're using. And COC links here. We're using COC with Rust Analyzer. Type annotations needed. It doesn't, no, here. I guess not. From that. From user for a session. Oh. Oh. Hmm. We're going to make this so it can borrow things. Oh, and thank you for that follow. No face one. Already configured from my dot files. Here. Oh, it expired. Jaxi? Yep. Sorry, I missed the message. Jaxi. Analog worker. Good morning. You wish people who made computers make an error solving tool for us? They did. They did. You can always just unplug it. Super simple, and the problem just goes away. Julian, thank you for that follow. New not found for that, yes. All right. Yeah, we're not going okay, I'm not going to bother with that at the moment. We're going to go ahead and consume user, even though I don't want to. I would rather have references to these. If we deserialize something into this, it actually has to be owned. So I'd end up with two different session objects, one for sessions going out and one for sessions coming in. So we're going to avoid that. And we'll just have to clone it if we need to. All right. So we have the signature. Now we're going to put the value into the cookie. But the value, the cookie is actually going to be the signature for 128 bytes followed by the JSON for that. So there's our signature, or let's call it the cookie value, a mutable cookie value. Then we will cookie value dot push stir, and that will be value. Now in this case, we toss cookie value on. Oh, does that want to be a stir? It's nearly 3 a.m. Oh, I understand. Oh, then it pulls a future. That needs to be an async function. And does sign actually error out? It does. Okay. So we can't return to this cookie. It has to be a crate result to that, which means that this also has to be an OK. That variant of the result. Use of moved value. Oh. Mm. Oh, it gets moved? That should be getting borrowed. Data into bytes. Let's change this. It's a stir. So we can clone it and take it into bytes. But what does this need? See, oh, that's right. The sign with stir and U8 array. That there wants a mutable owned thing here. So we either have to copy it. It should be small. Either that or we return it. You want to know who the oldest programmer is? Hmm. That's an interesting question. Who would the oldest programmer be? They'd have to be very early in the computing. Would that be kind of like the mechanical programming? Right? Because what does a programmer do? Right. What about Charles Babbage? Right. Was he a programmer? What do I think about Windows 11 going to be able to run Android apps? I have. I didn't even know that was a thing. Wow. That's amazing. This is so good. I'm so sorry. I never eat on stream. Except for the Scooby snacks yesterday. Now that I say that, I'm going back and cataloging every time I've eaten on stream. Yeah, the past 2 days have been a little different. Okay. So, does this actually change the data? Or does it just want this mutable reference to it? Oh, Shaggy? Absolutely. Yeah, Shaggy wasn't there. Oops, not that. For whatever reason, that wants to own the value. So we're going to do a little assertion here. We're going to clone the data. Let before data dot to out. All right. How about we just pass in a mutable stir? Mismatch types. Okay. Now I want to compare these two and see, are they exactly the same? Assert equals before and data. All right. Oh, expected mutable reference. Oh, and that is unstable. Unsafe? It's unsafe. Hopefully it's not unstable. So here we have as mutable vector. As bytes. Do we have as mutable bytes? That would have been nice. Because really what we have now is a stir. What do we have on stir? Oh, we have as bytes mute, which is unsafe. Okay. It all depends on what this is actually doing. If it's not changing anything, then it's going to be perfectly safe for this to happen. I'm guessing that it's just the signature here in the WebIDL file for this generated code requires that for whatever reason. You're currently making a Discord bot. Generate a random 16 character string, aka a nitro code, which is like 16 to the power of 62, which you like 0.005 chance of getting a real one. That's a very small chance. So we just want to see if this is actually mutating. Because if it's not mutating, then it's perfectly fine. Nothing could go wrong. All unsafe means here is that Rust can't verify it for you. You have to do the verification. Many people are afraid of unsafe, but as long as you do the, diligence of verifying, then you're fine. Oh, what other? Okay, here. What are we doing here? We're in the login module, and somebody is logging in. They succeeded the login, and we're trying to set a cookie. I'm going to rename that to cookie because it's in session. I don't want to type session, : session underscore cookie. Session cookie, and we give it the event and the user. Right? Yeah, the user. Is that not public? Oh, it's models. It's private. Okay. It's going to be pub super. Let's pub. Let's go into models. Then we will pub use that there and make this public. So we've made session appear in models. So we'll have models session, right? The struct session here, right there. And then this here lets us have access to the other functions. Let's go back to the login. That returns a crate result to a cookie. Oh, but we have to await it because it's async. All right, there's our session cookie. Now let's add that. Event dot cookie jar dot add cookie session cookie. And this add cookie, it's just adding it right through. It gets the jar, gets a cookie. Ooh, we want to add a raw cookie. I don't want to double encode this. Hmm. You're loving the Vim setup? Do I share my Vim RC? Absolutely. And I think, where's the keycaster? I've also got this thing. We turn it on. Stop casting. Oh, where's it? Oh, it's down over there. We drag this over. There. Oh, I could put it behind me, or we could put it kind of up over here somewhere. Yeah, let's drop that down. There we go. We did not encode this value, which we should do, but we have to encode it up here. Oh, I could just base64 encode it. Ooh. Because we do have base64 now. Instead of escape encoding. That's such a hard choice, right? Because with base64 encoding, you take, for every 3 bytes, you turn it into 4 bytes. So you gain a 30% increase, or a 33% increase. With escape encoding, it's not quite the same, right? You're just going to be adding some percent escaping for specific characters. So unless you have a lot of those characters, you're not going to lose against the base64 encoding. It's more often going to be the case that it's going to be smaller with the escape encoding. I think I'm going to switch it to just using the other one. I'm going to go with the base64 encoding, as it's a little bit more consistent, I think. So we have base64 encode. We just take a U8, and it gives us a string back, which is fantastic. That would be and value. Splites. There we go. And 2 bytes. That's actually very cheap, I believe. I think that's cheap. Oh, wait. It expects immutable reference to a stir. Oh, my mistake. My mistake. The cyberdev. Let's see. What are we coding? I'm Yakitori. Hello, Yakitori. A little bit of a web server. Yeah. We're using Cloudflare and Cloudflare's web workers. So on a machine on the Cloudflare's edge network, right, there is CDN. And on those edge machines, you can run some code inside of a JavaScript environment, right? Basically the V8 engine from Chrome that does all the JavaScript in Chrome. Um, One of the nice things about that engine is that it runs WebAssembly, which means we can take some of our Rust code, compile it down to WebAssembly, and put it on their edge network. So yeah, a bit of a web server. And this is actually going to be for something we call mimeograph. And that thing at the top right is cool. It's showing your inputs. Nope, I just put it over there today. We have it occasionally, but sometimes I forget about it. So there's escape. That's what escape looks like. All right. Then I see it and I try to escape out of it. So I'm hitting escape more often than I would just because that thing's in the corner of my eye. It's making pretty much WordPress. WordPress, Wix, yeah. All right. So that gives us that. And it's not declared as mutable. Fine. Now it's mutable. Okay. Let's use that. And we're going to go into cookie jar. I'm going to delete some code. So I've decided I don't like this. This here. Basically, I want to avoid the jump to JavaScript here and just use the base64 encoding. Oh, yes. Encode value dot bytes and decode base 60. We don't need all of that. Now, what does decode want? A stir. Perfect. And it also throws, which is fine. This gives us a vector back. Oh, yes, because it's not being opinionated about what it could be. But in this case, it's a cookie. So that needs to become a string. From UTF-8. And that might throw. Okay, now our cookie is going to be base64 encoded. Any cookie value will be base64 encoded. Seems like a good way to leak a password. Yeah, I can turn it on and off. So like right now. Yeah. I do a couple things when I type passwords. In fact, I even mute the mic when I type a password. So that'll just be part of it. And we'll see. Yeah. All right. That looks fine. I even stripped down the base64 encoding so that it only added like less than 5K of WASM. Basically, we just didn't import, it didn't enable any of the features. So we're using the smallest possible feature set. All right. What else do we have? Login. Session is private. Oh, interesting. Well, it's private when taking it from. Are we still using encode URI component? Oh, we are. Hmm. It feels like this add cookie should just be the add raw cookie. Who actually uses this? Let's comment that out. Because if you're adding a cookie, then you should have to make sure that you do that ahead of time. That you encode your value correctly. All right. Just like this with a create cookie. What are we going to do here? We're going to do a base64 encoding of the value. It's funny because I see those letters over there and I don't recognize the keys that I'm pressing for the cursor movement. I've been using VI so long. Ooh, what is this? Me too. It's a funny way to say me too. Dooley Doof, how you doing? All right. So we got to figure that out later. Did I break any add cookie? I did. Okay, this should have been an add raw cookie. Okay, so that was wrong, I think. Is this, yeah, that's in the success section. Okay. Oh, and we never finished this. From session for cookie, which we do not need. Okay, cookie. Convert the user to a session, convert the session to some sort of JSON. Base64, encode the JSON, sign it, push the value of the base64 encoded stuff after the signature. Signature is 128 bytes. Then we set that into the cookie with a 30-day expiry. Oh, you need to look at the Cloudflare workers. The Cloudflare workers have been a pleasure to work with. And did I scroll up? Oh, I did scroll up. My mistake. What is Chinese? Got all the cool text. I don't know. All right. I know you're being kind, but let's keep it to something that we can moderate. Hello, related title. Um, that looks okay. Let's see, try from cookie. That's not gonna work. This is just garbage. We need to validate. Base 64 decode, etc., etc. So, just not going to do anything in there yet. You just click on it on your phone. Okay, let's run it. Hopefully, I need to clear my cookies. Shouldn't have too many cookies set up already. Let's go into storage. All right, it's almost there. All right. First, let's go and see what users we have. Admin users. We've got one. Let's add a new one. And we will add Evil Halsey with super secret password. Oh, interesting. I was hoping to see the little password show up over there, but it didn't. Oh, is this? This is a little fancy, isn't it? Huh. We're going to say that Evil Halsey is an editor. All right. So that cookie got added, and it got added and decoded. Let's look at the network inspector. I want to see what that looked like. Let's just visually inspect it. User, cookie. Oh, yeah, look at that. Base 64 encoded. Nice. You were looking at the top right. Yeah, it's just not there. That tool is smart enough to recognize password fields in browsers. How about that? I wonder if I can configure it. Preferences. General. So we have display. So font size, etc. And update. We're up to date. Awesome. All right, let's try to log in as one of these fine people. Let's get it wrong. Login failed. Good, good. So the email was set. Flash was set. Why do these have quotes around them? That's fine. If you're if you open Elements, find your password field and find where it says use password, change password to text, and it'll show you your password. Oh yeah. Oh. I've been doing web dev for so long. Yeah. 20 plus years. Wow. Scary when you think about it. Okay, let's try a real password. Logging successful. Very nice. Okay. Set cookie, we have our session. And if we go to cookies, session is set to this. It's too bad that it doesn't recognize base64 encoded values. But if we take this and drop it into a base64 decode, actually I've got a little tool for that, don't I? Maybe a paste. Dash D? No. Dash help? Oh. Um, defaults to... That just encoded it more. Did that get double encoded? So here, what I'm doing starts with a T. Here. Oh, look at that. We're double encoding. This is why you check. And what in the world? Oh, you know what? It's actually here. Because the first piece was the signature, and the second piece is that. And those are encoded separately. Okay. Let's fix that. I don't want the extra space. Cookie value is base64 encoded. It just is. Right. And that should always be the same length. Is it dash DD? No, no, it's either one. We were doing it right, but it just looked base64 encoded, so I thought I was doing it wrong. And then here, when we create a cookie, we're also base64 encoding it here. Now to avoid this double, maybe we create raw and it doesn't encode it. Or maybe, yeah, we're just not going to do an encoding here for this. Value, it just gets piped through. Okay. Without escaping, encoding the value. And we don't use that. So let's rename this one. Add cookie. Write all the files. Yeah. Workaholic. I gotta get my fix, man. I'm a Rust junkie. All right. That goes away. What else? This. Whoa. Is that? Oh, and Demilux. Thank you for the sub. You guys are buying me my coffee. I appreciate that. Especially my body exercise. Oh, that's coming next. That's coming after the stream. I gotta fix some fencing. I gotta move some books, do some shelves. That's coming next. Um, Pool? I don't have a pool. I I'd have to like build a building for a pool. Hmm. Sorry, I was thinking about a pool. These errors, can we ignore those? Yes. Maybe not this one. Oh, fine. This one. Yeah, we can ignore that. Okay. Again. Let's clear our cookies, because they are not correct anymore. If we were reading them, it would freak out. Applications, storage. There. Delete that. Okay. Now we're going to try logging in again. Actually, let's admin users new. I need some tests for this. I wonder how we should test this. Let's add super user. And super user is a visitor. Invalid byte offset. What? Wah, wah. Okay, let's see what happened here. Network. I do, yeah. Hot days are coming. That they are. We do have water though, so cold water. I have cold water. Oh, header. Is there a set cookie? It didn't. It didn't encode it. Why not? Cookie jar. Add cookie calls jar.add. That's fine. But this one, the value, into owned. Oh. We didn't encode it here. Oh, yeah, right there it should be encoded. Oh, no, not for create. Just for add. This one should have been base64 encoded. Oh, hey, thank you for the follow. Say, I'm Yakitori. Welcome. Oh, it's being checked by mods. Oh, that would be mean. I would never do that. I've got nice neighbors. It's this cute older couple, and I'm helping them out with tech. Oh, is this in code? All right. Oh, has bytes. Let's extract this. Let's say this is um, encoded value. There. Oh, we have a minor interruption. Dun-dun. All right. You love the cookie jar? Oh, me too. That's like one of my vices. Oh, you've done that in your Discord bots? Ended up wiping the streamer's Discord server because you annoyed. Oh, that's mean. That's not nice. Okay, we're gonna try this again. Here, can I replay this? Resend. We'll resend that. So we did the post. We got a 302. Okay, set cookie. That looks more like it. We take that and we look at the base64. Decode. Okay, super user has been updated. Why updated? Oh, because we already created super user. All right. Now if we just load that page, should have all three of them, right? Oh, unknown variant 4, expected one of owner, admin, editor, and user and visitor. Hmm. Well, that's odd. So we're getting this unknown variant 4, expected one of these. I think the issue is because previously I had saved some data into durable storage, but I didn't clean it all out. So now I've got something in durable storage, probably the super user record. I'm expecting it to be the super user record that we cannot use at the moment. Oh, yes, I am muted. Thank you. In fact, we've got a little, what's our, got muted. Thank you. Oh, man. Happens once or twice a stream. Repair my mic? Oh, it's because I forget to unmute myself. I'd like to get one of those fancy, what is it? Here, let's go looking. Mic, mute, XLR. One of these guys. A momentary mute. That or the switch. I was actually thinking the switch would be nicer. I'll probably forget it because of the switch. But yeah. Something like this. Just repair, don't buy. There's nothing broken. But it's just, well, okay, I'm the broken piece. But I can solve that by having this, like something like this, where I have to keep pressing something to be muted. Yeah. Passes phantom power, great. Lowers the mic signal about 60 decibels. Wow. That should be enough. Yeah. Pebcam. Problem, or PibCam? Problem is between keyboard and monitor. So I want to keep working on this. Can I find Asus motherboard FX55? What? Why? Yeah, foot pedal would be really good for this. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, I think our encoding story is good. I think I need one more route, kind of like a fix-it route. Let's add that so that I can fix some of my data mistakes. All right. So we're going to go into a lib. This is where the request comes in, okay? Basically, first place where JavaScript touches Rust is right here. We get this request, we get an environment, we wrap that up in our event. Then we build up a number of different routes, okay? We're actually going to add one more route here. We got admin routes and we got kind of want a conditional one. Fix it. Let's go into users. Let's create another one. Oh. Oh, this is just a confirmation. That's right. Actually, we could just post to this, couldn't we? Well, let's just do that. Let's not make a fix-it route. Let's just learn how to post from the command line. So what is that? Curl. Or is there something else? Do we have fetch? No. Whoa. Let's ask the Oracle. Hey, thank you for the follow. I mean, thank you for the thumbs up. Um, it's reflex. It's a reflex. Curl post. How do we do a post? Curl dash X post and options. All right. Curl dash X post to http colon slash slash localhost or 127.0.0.1 colon 8787. Is that what it was? Oh, except it died. What was it on? I think it's 8787. Super user. So we'll do that. Okay. Yep. 8787. Get that there. Great. Now, if we go back to our list, our admin users. Okay. Super user's gone. Wish you could watch for longer, but you got to run. All right. I'm Yakadori. Well, thank you for hanging out. Have a great weekend. We're going to try adding a new user. Super user's coming back. Admin, editor, and user. All three. Great. Now it's fixed. Oh, it's nearly 4 a.m. Oh, wow. All right. We're going to add another widget that shows who you are. I guess it's time to start actually making more of the site. We've got a lot of this kind of stamped in. It's working. What is this? Oh, tell a bad joke. Well, it's an opportunity for you to tell a bad joke, right? Not really a dirty joke, but just a bad joke. We actually do this quite often, and so often that we record things, and eventually we're going to wire these up to our bot. So, all right. But you didn't provide one, so I will. What do you call cheese that's not yours? Nacho cheese. Didn't. What can a jam? Wait, what kind of jam cannot be eaten? A traffic jam. And third one. Yesterday a clown. Yesterday a clown held me. What? No. Yesterday a clown held a door open for me. There we go. I thought it was a nice gesture. Clown, jester. Get it? Yeah, yeah. Huh? Should make a malicious script. Why? It'd be nice to be able to make like money with this, not like hurt people. So we could either start to validate some of these admin actions for the users, which we'll probably have to do eventually, or we start to build out. Hmm. Oh, you found your DS and just smashed the screen. Oh, that sounds awful. use that and use it for awesome. I find some kid that doesn't have anything like that and just make their day, man. At what level here? At what level do we prohibit people from being able to edit? Here, let's make our site prettier first. I want to see how does Wix do theming? I want to see the mechanism. They use your BEM CSS styling. What are they using? Blank templates, all templates, more. All right, let's just click on one. Oh, you can edit? That's going to require an account, isn't it? I don't really want an account. I just want to know how it works. Because they've probably thought through this a lot better than I have. Products. Oh, interesting that it's a whole product. Oh, that's cute. Beautiful demo. Here, let's look at the source. Inspector. Turn off dark viewer, dark reader. Body. Okay, what do we have here? A script. We've got root. Turn that off and on. Okay, that's where everything is. What else do they have here? What is this div for? An empty div? I've got another one. Oh, for lightbox. Data hooks. Saying that's a toolbar. And the classes. Oh, interesting. Undefined. They got a bug there. With an iframe. Oh, I see. So it's really the iframe we're interested in. Site container. Okay. Div. Scroll to top. What is this? Skip to content button? Okay. Background group. Site root. Master page. Site header wrapper. Footer, site footer. It looks like they have a bunch of IDs just kind of scattered around. Right, like if we here, let's look. What is this? Perception enabled. Style, line height, rich text element. Yeah. Component, line content, grid container. It's interesting that, unfortunately, I think it's the direction we have to go. I was hoping to try something else. Basically, you have two ways that you do CSS and HTML. You either write your HTML and then style it, or you um, basically write your CSS and then apply it to the HTML. Right. So which one knows about the other? That's what I'm saying. And I think we've got to go the way I don't want to go. All right, we're going to find some block entity module CSS framework. That's going to be like a block element modifier. Is that it? Yeah, block element modifier. BEM, Sass, and Bootstrap. I don't want to use Bootstrap. All right, well, we could try Blaze. Let's look at these for a moment. Best CSS frameworks to look forward to in 2001. All right, let's take a peek at that. Bulma. I've heard of Bulma before. Lots of tabs. Yeah, I just bulk close them. I don't really need to know why to use them. Yeah, 2001. Where's Primer CSS? Where's the link to it? Oh, here. Lightweight responsive CSS framework using BEM and Sass for building component-based user interfaces. It's not bad. Intro, layout, components. What do they have? Typography, buttons, forms, lists, code, yada yada. Grid. Flexbox grid. Typography. Ooh, buttons. Forms. Hmm. You're gonna go before you pass out and drop your phone on your face? Alright, the cyber dev. You take care. Oops, what did I do? So we got tables, all sorts of fancy tables, pagination, media queries. Well, how much is it? Like, not how much. What's the size? A simple example. Okay. All right. What about Blaze? Quickly building websites. Components. Opt-in. More than just a grid. BEM and ITCSS. Inverted triangle. Okay. Responsive modular. Custom builds. Oh, nice. And small size. 9 kilobytes. That's a plus. That's a real plus. What components does it have? Full width buttons. Ghost buttons. Alright, lots of buttons. State. Yeah, we get it. Wait, is that it? That's all of the components? Or is that just buttons? Oh. Custom build, about, templates, showcase, app, blog, dashboard, editor. Oh, okay, so these are different. Nice. All right, so this definitely has some promise. Drawers, medias, modals, addresses. Huh. Alerts. Oh, look at that. Perfect. We got something for that already. I want like a big page of components. Avatars. Cute. Initials. Got little badges. Oh, those are so cute. With rounded badges. I know. I'm just looking through it. Oh, that's not bad. Just a list. Oh, nice. Okay, well that looks neat. GitHub's design system is Primer, huh? Created for GitHub by GitHub. We love it so much we chose to open source it to allow the community to design and build their own projects with Primer. Everything in one system. CSS framework, view components. Hmm. I don't know if I want it to look like GitHub though. See animations, borders. What about the animations? I noticed that was actually missing from the last one. Fade out. I don't see the fade doing anything. Did you? Oh, there it goes. Fade up. Okay. Looks like they have quite a bit here. Margin, padding, typography. Then something seems a little off. Headers, forms, buttons. I don't know. It just doesn't strike me as like something I'd want to use. I don't know why. Maybe it's just how it's presented. All right. Maybe it's because I'm looking at it through Dark Reader. It's extra dark. Navigation. It does feel like gab. All right, next. Lambda test. Oh, this is what we were looking at. Milligram. That's currently what we're using. Ant design. Oh, ant. I remember that. Okay. Enterprise level products create an efficient and enjoyable work experience. Recommended. Let's see. Getting started. Ant design of React. Oh, I don't want to use React. Do I have to use React? Oh, this is clean. I like how they're actually presenting this. You basically just get like this really high level view of everything that's in here. Yeah, when to use it. Great. That's really nice. But this is React. I don't want React. That's really too bad. All right. Bye bye. Oh, am I muted? I don't think I'm muted. Julian, I don't think we have a points command. All right, primer.style. We already have primer up there already. Bulma. I've seen this one before too. I don't remember it at all. Let's see. Is it React or is it something else? Become a sponsor. Simplest grid. Easy to use. Quick to customize. What? That's okay. That I don't like. No JavaScript required. All right. So far, I think Blaze is kind of winning for me. All right. What about? I want to see a list of their components. Documentation. Cool. Let's take a peek at customize. Variables. Interesting. Hey, Classy Cat. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? How have you been? And thank you for the follow. Oxkiro7 and Bleezy Beezy? Bleezy Beezy. It's like Dr. Seuss. Choosing a CSS system. Yes. Basically, we are in the process of building out something like That's going to be like Wix or WordPress. So basically, we're going to have to do a CSS styling after the HTML has already been created. So we're trying to find an extensible CSS system that is like how was it, block element modifier BEM style, kind of like Blaze CSS or say Bulma. I don't know. I want to see their overview again. You've been building a design system in Tailwind and PostCSS, no Sass. Yeah, I would like to be able to use Tailwind, but I can't because I have to write the HTML first and then the CSS later. Um, because like WordPress or Wix, you can theme them, which means that you either have to change all of the Tailwind CSS in order to make something new, or you have to do it the other way. And I think it's probably easier to theme the BEM style CSS. Oh, CSS 23. I could. Well, what's new in CSS 23? I mean, CSS 20 had what? 17 had move semantics, and what came in 20? On a cookie. Huh. Tailwind can be themed too? Yeah, I don't really want to check that stuff out at the moment. I'm trying to get through this. I don't have much time. But good morning. Good morning. So, theming Tailwind, right? 1 minute to check. Oh, you're very persistent. It's 1 minute I'm going to lose. So, no. You can define multiple themes in one file. Some learning curve. Yeah, I want to make this easy for users, right? So, somebody should be able to just theme something. Uh, oh, Vlad, you are persistent, buddy. No thanks. Um, Tilipano, thank you for the follow. Do you think it's easier to theme um, CSS utility style or utility style CSS or inverted triangle slash BEM style CSS? It was weird for you to use pure CSS, but it's true. You don't need Sass, you know. Because I would like to use Tailwind, and I think I've even still got Tailwind open over here. I think it'd be nice to be able to use, but it limits what somebody could do with the CSS, right? Because they would be modifying the utilities, which would have a larger sort of effect. Because in util style CSS, you end up using multiple things to get an effect, and so it's changes to small things affect large amounts of things. Yeah, we've got our session keys being generated and tossed in the cookies. But I got tired of looking at this ugly sort of UI here, so I want to be able to have a little bit more. See, which one do we think is going to be the easiest one to create themes with? I mean, this one might do it. So you've got components. You can put CSS attributes in your component type. Now, I cannot modify the HTML for theming. That's a no-go. Just can't do it. That won't work. Not with the direction we've taken. So the overrides for any of the CSS has to just come in a second CSS file. So that's the only way you're going to be able to override the theming. Oh, okay. I don't think that's from. Got it. Okay. So let's try Blaze. We'll just test it out, see how it is. This here is very attractive to me, 9 kilobytes. MIT license? Oh, even better. And what about Bulma? What's its licensing? Where's GitHub? License. MIT licensed. Oh my goodness, they're both great. And Platter is 70. Thank you for the follow. But it's nice to do something like my component position relative. Yeah. Yeah, I would like to be able to do that, but because of how we're generating the HTML, mm, I so wanted to use Tailwind for this. Because I've been just itching to use Tailwind for something. All right. Okay, so if it comes down between, we're making a kind of very quick decisions here. We're not going to use that. Okay. Post. What is this? Base64 decoding cookie SHA CF. Okay. Da, da, da. Click, 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 click. All right. Blaze and Bulma. Fight. Customize. Concepts. See, I think it's likely that somebody's just going to override pieces. Highly customizable thanks to 419 SAS variables. Gee, I don't want to customize it that way. I don't want to have to churn through something again. But I guess it's possible. We could just have themes, churn through them, create different versions of things. Okay, okay. So we basically have to pre-bake all the themes. But we could essentially say we're using Bulma. You can do this. Right, we're using Bulma components. So if you customize Bulma and create a CSS file, that's a theme. That's got a decent dev story to it. CSS should be responsible for each component. Theming should just be setting some global variables and stuff like it. The it's going to be a CSS file that gets included after either Blaze or Bulma's CSS files. Can't touch the classes. Right, you cannot touch the classes that are on a CSS element, like a div. If a div has a class on it, it's fixed, which is one of the reasons we can't do the utility style CSS. Does the HTML have IDs? I think it will. Right, but I'm leaning more towards styling this via CSS, well, with class names. I could kind of see this in that we just have a number of themes to choose from. So you pick one, and maybe we just add one every week, add a new theme. Um, and then in the admin section, you can choose which one you want. So that's kind of nice. Generic variables for the HTML elements which carry no CSS class. Okay. Derived variables, global variables with values that reference other variables or are computed. Have a working SAS setup. The other option, if this can be compiled fast enough, is to set up a worker that can actually just build CSS given all the Bulma stuff. That's another option. All right, and what about customizing? Get started. Custom build. Step 1. Go there. Gulp. Hmm. Make any changes you want, and then do that. All right. Bulma, show me your components again. What about the size of Bulma? Hmm. Oh, variables. Look at all these. I think we're gonna go Bulma. CDNJS. What are Bulma helpers? Let's go back one. Compatibility with Bulma. CSS only. Hmm. All right, let's try just Bulma. Hmm. Interesting. There's the right to left version as well. That's nice. That's really nice. So we take the link. We'll copy that URL. And let's modify site config. I'm gonna use that. Looks just like Tailwind. Okay. Now, different CSS. How large was this? 21 kilobytes for CSS, for minified CSS. Okay, but it's static, so that should be a one-time cost. What's the speed on these today? 100 milliseconds? Seems about right. Okay. Now let's set up some sort of list here so we can just take Bulma for a test run. Components. Tiles. Level container. Okay, form. Most Bulma elements have alternative styles. To apply them, you only need to append one of the modifier classes. They all start with is and has. Huh. Flexbox visibility, good. Oh, that's interesting. On the left there. They collapse that. I don't like that. Okay, first thing we're going to do, let's add alert. We have alert. What's their version of an alert? Components, elements. See, they have icon. We can probably make one. Looks like we're modifying one. It's funny, like the first thing I wanted isn't there. It's not really. It's for this here. So let's say we delete super user and we get. Oh goodness, that looks horrid. We get this. Super user has been deleted. It's kind of like those little flash messages at the top, right? Like if we look at Blaze has them. What do they call them though? I don't think they're toasts. They are. I lost it. It was here earlier. Where'd it go? Address alert. Oh, alerts here. Which is just really simple, right? It's like something that's there. You could, dismiss it or you could leave it. But it's like, hey, something happened. Right? These little things. And granted, we could make one. I'm going to look at the source of Blaze. 3 years ago. The last release was in 2018. Oh, goodbye, Blaze. Well, that's too bad. I should have looked at this earlier. No, no, no. Oh, Bulma. I didn't mean to come back to me, Bulma. Yeah, it looks unmaintained. And here we've got 43,000 stars. This looks a little bit more maintained. A couple thousand forks. Might have sponsors or something. Fine. All right. Breadcrumb card, drop down menu, message. What's message? colors. Hmm. This is kind of what I was talking about. Info. Right? Such and such happened. Warning, danger. It's message. So let's use message. Small message. Ooh, look at that. Normal, medium, large message. They have variables. Fancy. Okay, so we're going to use a message. Which one do we want? We're calling them Flash. So we have the template here. This is where our HTML is generated. So based on that, oh, looks like, hmm. Should we be using article for this? I don't see why not, but oh, look at that. Is danger. Danger, danger. Okay, so success, we'll do message is success. And it looks like we can do these without the headers, right? Body only. So message, message body. Message is primary. I wonder why we need is primary. Is link. Is info. Is success. These will work just fine for us. So danger. Do they have a brighter red? No, I guess that's just danger. All right. Works for me. Yeah, alert, toast. Toast, it usually comes up from like the bottom, right? It's like, doot, it comes up. Yeah, no, I don't mind doing the tree shaking. It's just that I think that Bulma is going to be easier to create themes. And it's got a great license for this, right? MIT building on top of that, just fantastic. Yeah, 8 days ago, fantastic. I didn't look at that. I just saw all the stars. Thank you. Yeah, the unmaintained was Blaze. Yep. Couple years. All right. So we need an article, and the class is going to be danger or success or warning, because we only have so many flash types, right? We've basically got info, warn, and error. We should render something else here. This shouldn't implement display. This should implement render from mod. Let's do that. Impl mod render. Yeah, if it implements display, then it will implement this automatically. If your type has a custom HTML representation, which ours does, and we were actually using this for that. I would like it to be just more explicit. Render 2. We don't need that one. But this one here, yeah, basically we rendered two such and such and say it's pre-escaped. Great. Pre-escaped, what does that take? Asref stir. Okay. Well, we can just take this here, toss this over there, get rid of display. We'll match self. Buffer. I don't know. What do we have to do a render to? Buffer, push stir, self.render into. Appends a representation of self to the given buffer. I don't think we have to do that. Well, one of these shall be is danger. Where are the colors? Okay, so we have danger, warning, success, info. Danger, warning, success, info. And primary, whatever this one is. I don't. Dark. All right, so we need one more. Success. Danger. Actually, we'll just map these. We're not going to change that. Wait, what's this one? Expected string, found stir. As ref, stir. Am I reading that backwards? Expected string, found stir. That should be able to take as ref stir. Is this here? This is what? This is static stir. Why do we have to have a string there? Does stir not do as ref stir? That'd be kind of silly. It implements as ref stir. I think this thing's confused. Render returns. Oh, here, markup. Markup is pre-escape string. Oh. Okay, fine. I'm not going to fight it. All right. Now, info. What was info? Info was info. is info. Success is success. Warning is warning, or warn is warning. And this one is danger. Okay. Now let's go back to our template where we're using this message. Now, on our div, let's change this to article. And we might have more than one. What should an HTML article be within? A section? Container. A simple container to center your content horizontally. I see. So maybe we have a container, and then we can put these elements inside of it. I do not want the color. Where's that color coming from? Simple utility element that allows you to center. Oh, is it just centering and then the... Oh, I see. Notification is primary. I didn't see notification, did you? Navbar, message, modal, elements. Oh, elements, notification. Okay, we're using notification then. And then we'll also use container for the outer piece. Where'd it go? Components, layout, container. So we add container there. And then for the message, is there anything else we need to add to this? I don't want full HD. Fluid container? No. All right. Now back to elements with notification. I'm going to have to look through all of these later. All right. So we have class. What does this button do anyways? Like, so you have a button. Why do you have a button? All right. So we have is danger. We have all these things. This will just be a notification. And then we have level, which should be rendered using the correct render function. Let's try that out. And hopefully we'll get something prettier. And we can start to build out the pieces around it. Oh, after the let match? Seems okay. It didn't complain. Let's add a user. We'll add super user back. Whoa. See, why is it still doing, why is it doing it this way? Users, new, response. This looks like it's still using the other styling. Bulma. But why is the button purple? Are Bulma buttons purple? Okay. Here, let's set the size back to default. Nah, it still looks like it's using the wrong CSS head. Oh. 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 That's right. So when choosing a theme, we have some kind of extra CSS in here, and currently it's that other one. Oh, I got the other one. Um, that's where these styles are coming from. So if we delete that, then we get some pretty generic styling here. Right, this doesn't have any custom styling. Oh, it does. Bulma. It's got font, text area input. So it changed the font family. Okay. Did this get bumped? Or am I taller today? What if my kid came around and was just like slowly cranking the desk down? Okay, so we've got these elements here. Super user. Give him a couple here. I don't know. Those two. Save. Hey, super user's been added. Look at that. Dun dun dun. Now, why is this? Is container the thing that made this gigantic? What's the padding gigantic? Is that? Where's this come from? 1.5 rem. That seems rather poofy. All right. And then if we delete somebody, are you sure you want to delete super user? Yes, super user has been deleted. Perfect. Just create a default theme that implements the same CSS. Yes. Why mod reminds you of the word marauder? It's got the same sort of feel at the beginning, doesn't it? That odd and that Okay. We need to get rid of the extra inline CSS. Template page. Where did I store that? Head body. Styles here. Embedded style sheets. Okay. SDRef is fun. Yeah. It is neat. It is neat. I'm actually reconsidering my storage of promises here because I don't think that it's actually doing the right thing. Yeah. Anyhow, we'll have to come back up to that. Let me fix me. Is storing the promise here what you expect? I'm talking to my future self. So, little love note from me to me. Yes, okay. But we're going back in there because we are looking for the embedded style sheets. It comes off of page config. Where did it get this? Oh, here. Is that actually stored in the page? Site config? Embedded style sheet. Embedded.css. Ah, here. Just delete that. There we go. So now we should have, yeah, nothing in the kind of custom style here. Okay. Turn Dark Reader back on. Thank you. Now we can come in here, update things, hit save. It's been updated. Oh, good. Oh, interesting. What? Updates butchering these? We did this earlier where we found certain things were getting clobbered and we have to delete. Who were we editing, by the way? Was it the bhouse at a Gmail? Edit. Yes. Let's reproduce that. This currently loads just fine. If we edit here, it's going to store a numeral for the roles instead of the actual role. Why is that? Let's say two things. Save the post. Let's look at the post data, the request. We have 0 and 2. So they've been updated, but now the data is incorrect. If we do a get on this, not found. Oh, was it evil.halsey at gmail.com? Page not found. Really? Oh, this is for the... I don't have a route that goes straight back there. Maybe I should. Hmm. Anyhow. So what happens when we go to update and edit? Hold on a sec. All right. So if we edit, set the email, then we render that template. After that, we do a post, which comes through here. Oh, absurd. Why is that a borrowed one? That seems silly. Oh, because of how I was calling that other function. And then we just post the data through, which is not correct. Because we have to deserialize it. If we look at user, no, models user, it's a model user model. We have roles here, right? And the roles should deserialize properly. So we have snake case tossed on those. Maybe we shouldn't take them to zeros and ones and such. Has permission. A giant permission matrix. But where are we getting 0, 1, and 2? Is it because... Where are we getting that? Hold on. Template users edit form. Oh. We do it as a U32. You gotta go? Well, you're welcome, Platera70. Well, bummer. Okay, get rid of this. Because this isn't deserializing correctly. How much should I actually expect that the form data can be deserialized just straight up? I don't think... I think that's my problem here is I'm assuming that this can go straight to a body and then we post it over to something else that happens to have mostly the same kinds of data. And that other thing doesn't do any data validation, it just stores it. All right, but in this case, we should be able to also convert this to not to JSON, but to one of our users. Hmm. Yeah, we definitely need some kind of validation here. Maybe we have like from post data for a user so it can kind of pluck out the pieces it needs. I mean, maybe. Then we should be able to create decent error messages. What do we have here? User input role, some tests. Oh, try This should be a try. Okay, or else. And this will be create error from. They're going to have password next, aren't they? Email, password, roles. Now, how are the roles being posted? Raw, please. Okay. Well, that'll be empty or it won't. If it's not provided, then we assume that they have no roles. Hmm. We will eventually return an okay. And that okay will be... Oh, and we don't have archived in the form. Hmm. We should probably add that to the form, just so that you can know whether or not somebody's been deleted, right? Soft delete. Actually, if password is not sent, then it's empty. Oh, and this really becomes optional, doesn't it? Because in certain cases, we have a user that has a password solve, has a password hash. In other cases, we don't. And it's okay to pass these through the system without the password information. Sometimes you might just be updating the role of somebody else and not setting the password. So those become option. The use of an enum. Um, So in this case, if it is set, then we want to create them. Otherwise we don't. So that's not accurate. Option is a find enum too. Enum password empty. Vector, hash and salt. Hmm. Yeah, I want to try really hard not to pass an actual password very far into the system. So if an actual password is provided, we convert it very quickly into something else. So if we get the password, let's match on that. And we'll have, oh, interesting. Absolutely. Or just a vector contains. Because, yeah, now it is a vector. Thank you, Mizian. All right, so we'll check. We'll generate the salt and the hash. Um, oh, this is unfortunate. I can't do that because this is an async function to hash a password. Or do we await the hash promise? Yes. Wonder if RA will hide the allocator stuff in the future? Huh. I don't know. It's kind of nice to see it. We could implement pub async function from post data. If we tossed it in there, then we can do that. But the try from trait is not async. Hide it if it's global. Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah. I just don't want it floating around further into the system than it needs to be. That's really the deciding factor there. I don't want to hold on to people's passwords. Generate salt. Okay. Now what about archived? So we have the password, we have the roles, incompatible types, simple future. Oh, I forgot to await that. uh, bar salt, yes. It's pretty much all it is. Right. Why does it think that this is borrowed? Well, because it is borrowed. Loaned? Ah, thank you. Thank you. The method map exists for struct. What song is this? Eden by Scandroid. Here, if we scale this down a little bit. Wave Shaper Remix. Hmm. You just use fromster here or parse. Is parse a trait? It's not. But parse uses things that implement fromster. Yeah, this get all is returning a reference to a stir that's in the post data. Let's see, we could do this a different way, right? Self.data.filter. Now I've been trying to return concrete types on this. So this would be, but it's a filter object, right? Or filter map. What is the item on this for data? I think it's key and value. Yes. But we just want the, actually, we do want the filter map. So we want to be able to change the type, right? Cannot constrain an associated constant to a value. Oh, all right. So if they are the same, Vitor and Kayumhane, thank you for the follow. Let's see. Can we do that on bools now? Yeah. Oh, since 1 to 50. Ooh. Wow. Very nice. What's that's Nile. That is nice. Actually, that's really nice. Wow. And in this case, if and once, just returns t, which would be some. Oh, value as stir. I see. Because this wraps in the sum automatically. Lifetime mismatch. Does it not know that this is the one? All right, this is a different one. Hmm. It doesn't know. Yeah. So if we go back to putting the A back, now it knows it's borrowing from self, but it still doesn't. The impulse. Here. There we go. Oh, I see. It is because that's in the filter map, right? That's A and B. Yeah. So A is the iterator, B is name, and iterates the same as self, right? A must outlive B, yes. And this needs to be for as long as A. I mean, we can't do a plus B, can we? Oh, but the stir doesn't come from, the stir comes from A. That's plus B, right? So we have B. A lives longer than B. A is self, B is name. With the, yes. A, doesn't B have to live longer? So they both have to live for the exact same amount of time here. And an easy way of saying that is one lives longer. Then we're dependent on that one, A, living longer. But it is still saying, so technically the item is coming from A, which is self. So that's correct there. But this here, where'd it go? Here. Okay. These two types are declared with different lifetimes. So I could say that they have the same lifetime. Hmm. These two types are declared with different lifetimes, but data from name flows into self here. Interesting. Do I have that backwards then? So a name must exist longer. Okay. We just have this backwards. Wow, look at that. Cannot infer appropriate lifetime due to conflicting requirements. Okay, first, the lifetime cannot outlive the lifetime, whichever it's referring to. Hmm. Well, the lifetime must be valid for the lifetime B. We're gonna remove a couple more lifetimes here. Let's see. Oh, that should be B. I didn't have B tagged correctly over there. Is it the item? No. Jackal Jones, thank you for that follow. Oh, I think Copy failed. Well, I'm trying to see what is the here. Just grab it here. Hold on. I've got a minor interruption. Thank you. Thank you for both. Um, that makes so much sense. I think we had actually gotten to this point, but missed it. I was so focused on the lifetimes that I forgot about the ownership. Yeah, let's look at the error. This is why I love doing the cargo check. You see so much more than in here. Right? It does say it in here, but it's not like pointing to it with a big green finger like the other one. It's like right there. Just do this. All right. All right. So where were we? Mm, all right. So from post data, let's pretend we get some post data. We deal with our passwords. Now we were looking through the roles. And at this point, we get an iterator of stirs. And on roll, what do we have to find? Rust pattern, precise closure capture clauses. Actually, I recently added, I'll add that to my reading list. Save. Okay. I'll have to go through that. That green stuff was added because of the blog post. Oh, wow. All right. It's in the list. I will get through it. Okay. We don't have the ability to go from a string to that. We've got display, but this is more for like actual display, like on the site. Got some has permission checks and tests at the bottom. All right. Default role is visitor, iterator, from stir. Before that post, it didn't suggest move. Little things like that have made such a big difference in learning Rust. Reading the errors. I know sometimes I'll get kind of caught up in stuff. I won't read it. Whoa. Yeah. How should we be doing the to and from stir here? Uh, so the form, it's using this .0, which is just casting it to a U32. I don't think we should be doing. It's more like we want to do to lowercase or something like that. I wonder if I should have some like a trait like to form value and from form value. To form and from form. Excuse me. So we're already using toString, and serialize here is really useful for just going to JavaScript types. So if we did use this, we would then have to convert it from a JavaScript value back to one of our own. No, that's not true, is it? We can serialize that to a string. Hey, can you do that? No, because we're using WASM bindgen as a tool for serialization. We don't really have like a to value or something like that. Adam! Oh, welcome everyone. How have you been? Good morning, Ember CM, Raimu, Gentron. Welcome. I do miss your streaming. Hope everything is going well with you, your family, everything. And everybody, welcome. Thank you for the follows. Carl G, thank you. Kun7 in suit, thank you. We are playing with Rust. So we're in the middle of trying to make a WordPress / Wix alternative. We call it mimeograph. Isaac Ewing, 3D Extended, thank you for that follow. So hope you had a good stream, Adam. I'll have to check the replay. But if you're, goodness, there's a lot of you today. You take care, Adam. Yes. Hit the water. Absolutely. What are we making in Rust? So we are making mimeograph, and Capitan is my bot. So you can ask Capitan questions. We've got a whole bunch of commands here. Now, so mimeograph, WordPress alternative, right? We're building this in Rust on top of WordPress. No, on top of Cloudflare workers. Now, let's go look at Cloudflare real quick. So workers, you can do a whole bunch of things in workers. Let's see. We want to go to developer.cloudflare. Is it plural or not? Oh, it is plural. Okay. Cloudflare, they've got a whole bunch more than just CDN stuff, right? All sorts of stuff. Tons of stuff. Oh, and thank you. Endorn. Thank you for the follow. They've got workers. Workers are pretty cool. So think about what Cloudflare is, right? They've got this gigantic network. They've got a whole bunch of partners. You can use them as a CDN, right? That's what they're best known for. Now, their CDN, thousands and thousands of machines all over the globe, close to each and every one of us. Now imagine if you could run a little bit of code on those servers, right? On the edge networks there. That's what we're doing. We're taking our Rust code, compiling it to WebAssembly so that it can run on those machines. So these workers, there's a whole bunch in here that I'm not going to touch on. No. We're using a couple of things. For our storage, we're using their KV store. Okay. For more durable storage, for things that we need to make sure that we don't clobber our rights, we're using durable objects. Okay. Then we're also using their crypto. We're not using WebSockets. We're using streams, request, response, all sorts of things in here, encoding. So it's providing us with just enough, just barely enough to be able to make a WordPress alternative that doesn't have a server, that lives on Cloudflare's edge network, so it's close to each and every one of you, has incredible response times. And it's best thing of all, it's written in Rust. So Rust is my fun language, and that's mostly what I stream. So any questions before we hop back into this? Because we are playing around with deserializing form data. Our users list is currently not running, so we're going to run that. Well, we can't. Or can we? Did we get past that one piece? No. Is Rust a good language? You know, it has its ups and downs, Museum. it's it's been fantastic for me. It touches on all of my concerns. Right? So, right, safety. It's basically I have to deal with all of the memory errors that I would have left in my code in, let's say, C or C++ up front with Rust, which is fantastic. The bug trails are super tiny with that. They basically stop you at build time. So it's got a very familiar syntax to me, right? Coming from like a C, C++ background. Uh, Even some coming from like a Java background, JavaScript background, right? The destructures actually feel very JavaScripty to me. Yes, thank you. I think they do want us to use it in this way, um, but they don't want you to use their system as just like a file sharing system. So if you look at the terms and service, it actually says, you know, you're not supposed to host certain things in there, but I think this is actually fairly close to what it's allowed. I think they would be surprised if, you know, this actually works. They've got a distributed database built on top of that, which is just insane to think about, right? A distributed database built on top of durable objects and workers. It's crazy. All right. So we're going to get through a couple of our little issues here. Um, where do we start? We need to be able to go to and from these. We're setting up role-based access controls. And these are the roles that we have: owner, admin, editor, and user, right? And now we need to be able to serialize those for the form. So you know that they are using Rust in the background, and they're able to change how servers will read your code. Make alternatives. Yeah, I don't actually quite get what you're saying here. I apologize for that, but I don't think they're going to be able to modify this stuff. But basically, somebody would sign up for, like, you know, Mr. Halsey's WordPress alternative service, right? They'd sign up for mimeograph, and then they'd just be able to click and build their own website, right, without a database. And then we'd be able to pay for only what we use, which would be fantastic. And it would be fast because it's close to everybody. All right, let's get this serialized. Here, we're going to delete those. Oops. Okay. From stir, we're just going to use those stirs. Now, I'm just going to toss another function on here. Do we have an impl? Impl roll, we do. As form, or should you use an as or a to here? Because we're not really going, it's more of a to as opposed to like an into. Form value. Forgot the commas. Okay, just simple as ref stir. Oh, interesting. That's an interesting idea. But it doesn't quite describe it as much. Because I might end up using it the wrong way later. Oh yeah, it's not going to cheat them at all. I think they're actually trying to compete with, let's say, serverless providers. Because they have all the infrastructure. All right, expected comma. We should have a comma there. What am I missing? Really? I think COC is confused here. Yeah. Okay. That's just a fake error. What else do we have? Durable object. To value. Well, what's going on here? So in this case, we are trying to update the user data in the database. And I'm thinking that we should actually change the post data to be more of like a serialized JSON string to make it much, much easier. And in fact, yeah, all of this should already be done for us. All right. Now, do we want to do that here? No. Well, we had been using the post data before. And update user is called in a couple places. Or we do have post data, but we could actually swap that out. Oh, interesting. Why does it say that, like, if we can parse the body, this feels like the wrong type here. No, this is actually wrong. This should be. Oh, we found a bug and a spider. I've got a spider right up there. Ah, in fact, this should be a user. Impulse serialize. You can pass a vector or struct or whatever. Hey, hypervisor, how you doing? Do a struct, easy. Well, this here is going to be models user. We actually want this deserialized to a user. Yeah, this was wrong. This should have been user already. Because there's no point in reading this JSON and then having this deserialized, right, from a JavaScript value to post data. That actually doesn't make much sense. I'm surprised it even worked. I'm actually very surprised it worked. I'm really surprised it worked. How in the world did that work? Oh, it collected it into a vector of tuples because it's Wow, that would have been like an object going to a map, going to this type. Do I know C? I do. Are spiders bugs? No, they're arachnids. Okay. All right. Well, let's clean up these types too, and let's rename this because this is not the right name. This is a user. All right. Update user, new user. Looks much better now. Let's rename this user. Take some models user and the other one. Which one? New user. Let's hop to that one. Rename this user. Models user. Oh, I thought insects and arachnids were both bugs. Biology is wild. I give up. Bugs, like a true bug, has 6 legs and so many body segments. I don't remember the rules, but it's always 6 legs. So unless you rip 2 legs or unless you modify a spider to have 2 legs, it's not a bug. I would never do that. Actually, I'm very friendly to spiders around here because we have so many bugs, right? We just live in a place where, there's wildlife and there's bugs and stuff. An insect has 6 legs and 3 body parts, and a true bug order of insects comprising of over 80,000 species within groups such as cicadas, aphids. So, yeah, there's a lot going on. All right. So back here, we've just changed these into the right type. Just crazy. Crazy that it actually worked and it was the wrong type of 4. Wow. So we were supposed to be posting that as a form body. Do spiders have teeth? Spiders keep away the ants from us. Oh, from your house. Nice. All right. Well, I'm still stunned that the serialization worked because in some places we are probably not. Uh, who knows? I'll have to double check that. Let's get this cleaned up here. Now, we have a user object already. So, what are we trying to do? Looks like this stuff should already be done. We should already have a user with all of this. So we do not need to set username and password. Set the JS user roles. There's a lot of wasted stuff going on here. And then at this point, we save it to the database. Well, which is, we're saving it to a durable object storage. Wrong super. All right, so we can get rid of this. And I think we did answer that fix me, because that's going to happen in deserialization when the form is posted. All right, get rid of those. Now we need the JS user. And because we were just able to deserialize to a user, we can serialize back the other way, which is kind of silly, but it's a little bit of validation, because this thing here does not know where the data came from, right? It's just coming from this request body. So to protect ourselves from ourselves, we're going to keep that deserialization. Hey, oh, hold on. I forgot something, didn't I? Did I forget something? I did. All right, just one moment. Okay, good to go. Ooh, is it a that's a great question. I don't know. Yeah, he wanted time on the computer, which I have to authorize. So at this point, we got a to value, and that's going to be our user. Okay, now we have our JS user, and that function became tiny. And for new user, we do the same thing. So I'm just gonna grab that line. I'll be a filthy copy paster. Okay, what's going on here? Email and password. We might need to actually keep the email out. I'm trying to remember. Because we make a second request after this. Maybe not. Oh, flagellation. I thought this said flatulation. All right. So if neither of these are set, see, we don't have to do that anymore because it's being passed in. Generate hash. It's fine. We already have a user. Look at that. Same line. We'll keep the comment. We put it in there. Now, has this become exactly the same as the other function, with the exception of the 201 versus a 204? It looks like it. All right. JS user. Okay, let's one down here, one here. Yes, yes. Success, user list update. If success, 201 versus 204. And that's probably the same. Yeah, create versus update. Fancy. Is it literarily? Is it literary flatulation to use lesser known words like flagellation? I don't know. I guess it depends on the definition of flatulating. Huh. What is the, I mean, one would think that they knew what this was. Uh, mm, there's a lot. Touche. Touche. All right. All right. That is funny, Mizian. All right. I'm going to just put a little to do in here because I don't want to spend the time cleaning this up at the moment. Fix me. Oh. Oh. In fact, this actually becomes much simpler if we do this. Let's just do it now. We can delete a little bit more code. As normally what we would do is we would take this to a user, right, go back to a value in order to save this. Ah, but from value takes ownership. Shame on you, from value. I don't get this API right here. Right. They know that there is nothing that is going to be moved into JavaScript. Right? Things have to be copied back and forth between them. So why wouldn't they actually do this by reference? And why? Is it the way that deserializer works? Oh, it must be. Got to redeem some bad joke points one day. Like what a touche, toupee. Be a parted toupee? I see, because it's this from here. Actually, I really don't get this. Why couldn't they take a value that has any lifetime and turn it into... Oh, no, 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 no. I'm looking at the wrong end of this, aren't I? I want from value. Yeah, that should not need to consume the GS value. Even though it's going to... Is it the way that deserializer works? From JS value. Yeah, from... Oh, implies moving. But... I mean, it just feels like we could cheat a little bit here, you know? And 2 doesn't, but into does. I wish there was that, like into versus to, how it's move versus reference, move versus borrow. Maybe this should be like an value, right? The same sort of thing, like an into right, where t is that. Hmm. All right, because otherwise I am going to have to clone that. Because at this point, it's going to serialize or it won't. And a clone is cheaper, isn't it? All right. Should probably be deserialize. Here. Yet. That's right. It will soon. That's a copy. A JS value is just a pointer. Ah, but what's cheaper than that? Not even copying. Actually, it's interesting. Would, if you're doing a copy, is that a copy in Rust or do you have to talk to JavaScript in order to do the copy? Right. I imagine it's all done in Rust because it's just a pointer to a value in JavaScript. It's just a Rust copy, so it's incredibly cheap. And because of that, yeah. Just the address, yeah. And then if we actually did the here, if we did this, right? Just to have fun with this. There we go. If we did do this, something like this, we're still passing the pointer in, right? And yeah, it's just one more. It actually would be cheaper, wouldn't it? There would be one less operation. And we couldn't do this because their deserializer would then need to be able to support something that had a borrowed one. Yeah. Okay, let's. All right, we're gonna back out of that rabbit hole, nice and slow. So we'll just do the clone, and then we do not need to. Actually, it's not exactly what I want. I want. I wonder what Saturday WASM bindgen does if there's too much stuff. So technically, I actually want to keep this body around so that I don't have to serialize it back the other way. This is what I'm trying to avoid, right? I guess I could return both, but that seems a little wasteful too, as this is really just a check. And do these even need user at that point? So they're not even using user anymore, are they? No. This is just, yeah, because that goes away. That goes away. Do we need storage? Oh, on failure. Fine. You can keep storage. Which means user is not needed, and that we're just doing this to validate that it is the right kind. So we did this Saturday from value here, right? Throw the value if it exists, or return the error if it exists, and then we return body as user, which is a JS value. Um, yeah, that's a JS user, and we don't do either of those. Great. Okay. Next file. This one. What do we have in here? Unix Zealot. Good morning. Oh, we never finished with the archive bit. Hmm. going to say it's also required. We spent way too long on. Oh, we're not mapping anything. What did we put on roles? To form value. Oh no, this is more of a from form value, right? From stir. Oh, this actually needs to be a bool. Huh. Does Rust have bool to string him back? Like, does it have like a parse? From stir. Okay. Which we access via from stir, right? Because parse ends up using anything that implements from stir. So we map on that, unless there's like a parsed or something. And two strip round trips. Cool. Oh, this is the. Oh, actually, I had that backwards. Type mismatch in function arguments. Expected signature of function string, where it wants a stir. There's That's an option. Get no as dref. From stir is the same as stir parse. Oh, neat. That's cool. A little bit less. Gets less fancy. Let's get fancy. That is a lot less typing. Let's see what that looks like. But then you have to include. SGRF twice? What? Why twice? To do string to. Let's use statements too. Yeah. Well, we actually had a really long combinator and we changed it and saved 2 kilobytes in the WASM file. So every now and then, the big chain doesn't help us with our other goal. Because you have to do, you have a borrowed string. So the first one does string to string and the second one does string to stir. Oh, I didn't realize I would do a string to a string. Huh. Yeah. I keep trying to use the traits here because it's another way for me to learn the traits. Now, why do we have to do the as stir on that? Does That's because from stir operates on stir. I see. Oh, you don't. Oh, because it'll automatically do ref for you here. Yeah, okay. Hmm. All right, and that's result. Now it's a parse returns what? So yeah, this if this fails, what do we do? Actually, we should be able to. Oh, we're not collecting, are we? No, if we were collecting into an option that I thought you could. No, we'd have to collect it into a result, right? Because at this point we have that. Now we have to call transpose, right? Now we have a result to an option. Now just an option. Why is that not happy there? Couldn't convert the error. Question mark. Oh, because I don't have parse error in my error type. Huh, okay. The thing you don't like about the language, but you get it. All right. So now that what is the error type here? I think it's parse error, but from parse bool error. I see. All right. Mm. Something like Scala would just do fuda map underscore dot parse. Oh, interesting. And it just work. Or else you need an exact borrowed stir and not a double borrowed stir, something that coerces into a stir. Hmm. The operator will force it, but then you have that visible closure. Gotcha. All right. Okay, that function's done. Let's go into users. All right. It takes two things, doesn't it? The event. Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay. Now, at this point, we're doing the validation as soon as it hits our endpoint. Much, much nicer. Not having to bubble all those errors back out. I still don't know about this from post data. Seems like there should be something else there. I don't like that. There should be some sort of trait because we're going to have this on other types as well. It would be a nice common pattern. Edit, get parsed to your data. Hmm. Yeah, that's a good idea. All right, let's wire that up in a moment. Something like that. It's just that this await here, right? I'm trying to avoid basically I'm trying to avoid pulling in the async trait. And invalid pairs values. Yeah. Yeah, how would I do that? If I'm not using the async trait and I have and this data has to be awaited on, why was that again? Oh, because of the, well, in this case, because of the password. Um, we had to interact with JavaScript. Well, with the virtual machine. No, that's not right either. With the host language. Hmm. Yeah, here. So waiting for that to build that. Hmm. Provide a blocking executor. Interesting question. Um, they do. They do. That's interesting. So let's explore that a moment. So this from post data, right? We've got, wait, where, oh, there it is. Hash password. They've got spawn local that you can put a feature into. Make a sync version. Actually, having that for hash password, because this is bubbled out in a couple other places as well. The feature will always be run on the next microtask tick. Wait, come back. I guess we don't want to use this too much because of this here. Oh, but the output is unit. Oh. Then we'd have to use channels or something else to toss data back out. I don't think we can use this because of the return. Yeah. Best to keep it async for now. Alright, this song is a no-go for me. Oops. So where are we? This is posting to login. We're waiting for the post data. Okay. Pipe and Brock Andre. Thank you. Welcome. Promise resolve. Unpromise then. Oh. So you basically create a closure and pass it to the resolve. And then you have to use a JS future and await it. You'd still end up awaiting the promise. Right? All right. Promise resolve. DRF. Really? I think it's just converting the promise type into an object. Yeah, it's still a JS value, still a JavaScript type, but it doesn't actually resolve the promise. It doesn't await for the promise. It's just converting the types. Because in the type hierarchy, an object is a JS value and a promise is an object. Yes, yes, they are. Is everything an object? What isn't an object? Like even some of the primitives are objects, right? Numbers are objects, Boolean's an object, functions are objects, promises are objects. What isn't? What about something like um so type of, right, if you just give it an object, it'll tell you it's an object. Now here, let's bump up the size on that. What if we did type of true, right? That's Boolean. And Boolean is an object. What about NaN? It's a type of number. Okay, so even not a number is that. You say you're an expert when you have, unironically, have written multiple spec conformant JS VMs. Yeah. Everything's an object, right? I'm just wondering, what is the one thing that's not an object? In JavaScript, it'd probably be something really silly, like object itself isn't an object, or I don't know, even prototype chains are objects. Yeah, the only one returns nothing. So prims? No. Oh, wait. Interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. Primitives. That's funny because primitives in JavaScript are different from primitives in other languages, right? Because numbers are usually like primitives. Or at least that's how I usually see them. Yeah, and C# has values. The primitives are a little different in C# as well. Huh. All right. What's it? Oh, good job. Let's rename this to user. And the body is going to be the JSON version of a user. So we have to do a toValue on user. And then do JSON, which ends up being a JS string, which is what we want to pass in here, I think. Init.body, yeah, it wants a JS value. Oh. Ah, that's the result, yes. Do we have to wait on that? No. Int and int30, yeah, that is weird. That got me before. That all right. Almost there. Where are we here? We're in post. When we've gone through a login. So when we go through a login, we end up fetching a user from the durable object. So this is how you interact with a durable object. You get basically a stub to it, right? So you get the ID, use a stub, and then you make a request to it. Now, at this point, we've got a JS future that gets resolved. If it's a 404, we do one thing. If it's not a 404, we look at the response body, which should have been JSON, right? That's a JS user. From value, we've got a user. And we're going to compare. Huh. See, when we get this back from storage, we expect that to be there. But Aster is now a borrowed one, and the Tildister was owned. Oh, interesting. What was it? You don't remember? Huh. Interesting. It's a wild place. Yes, very wild. I like how it ended up. I mean, I think that for me, one of the biggest mental hurdles is was it small cult following? I think it was in here. Um, but it was wow, is this just a giant long list? Oh, I love it. Um, basically it's the idea where they were talking about um aliased pointers versus mutability. So talking about mutability and alias pointers and how they end up. I don't know. To me, it always seemed confusing. Um, I forget which one that one was. If you know what I'm talking about, please help. Um, an alias-based formulation of the borrower checker, maybe. End users don't care. Okay. Let me see if this is the one. I don't think this is the one. No, basically it was the idea that yeah, it's not the interviews. I think it was earlier in the writings here. Um, okay, so I think the post was more of, I wouldn't say a rant. Okay, I wouldn't say a rant. Um, but was expressing the idea that the um the way that references are expressed could have been done a different way that was less confusing, right? Um, right, like a borrow versus mutable borrow, right? Is it really a mutable borrow or is it an exclusive alias, right? Because this also touched on um, it touched on LLVM and pointer aliasing, I think. Oh, it's been a while since I read it, but that was a good one for me in that it helped to um, kind of separate the idea that you have mutable values, right? And that you have a mutable reference. Oh, that wasn't Nico. Okay, I see. Huh. I wonder who it would have been then. Was it faster than? I don't know. I thought it might have been Nika. Maybe he didn't talk about LLVM in it. Oh, he's a higher level type theory guy. You've seen it in some of the more formal descriptions of Rust that they tend to use in unique and shared to better describe the semantics. Most likely Ralph, if it mentions LLVM. I think it barely touches, like very briefly, barely touches on it, but oops, what did I do there? Pointers are complicated. How interesting. An aliasing model for Rust. Uh, yeah, I'm not seeing it. Someday I will find it again and I'll bookmark it. But that one really helped me. And basically, it's talking about how you might have a value, right? And it can be, mutable or not. And most people, they don't really care. Although I do. And in the paper, it actually gave a good argument why you really just care that something exists, right? And then you also care that you have um, basically a read-only alias to the pointer or an exclusive alias to the pointer. I'm not getting the terminology right that they ended up using. Um, but separating those two things out was, I thought, really helpful. Mm. Whoa. I must have like control or something. There. Add that to the list. What can you do with uninitialized memory? Well, having spent 5 years in C, you can do quite a bit. I mean, maybe it is the stacked borrows stuff he's talking about. Validity based versus access based stacking borrows. See, I don't think that it's like this, but it's also touches on the keyword for mutability, which is why I thought it was more Nico, but maybe you could describe it as an argument against the the mute keyword. All right. What are we doing here? Ah, it's an option. Yes, the option. In this case, we actually require that you have a username and password set. So if you don't have a password salt and you don't have a password, because this is also going to be an issue, user dot this one. Unique foo would have described the invariants better, but more keywords and more stuff to learn up front. Yeah, that's gonna bug me now. Like what? Where is that post? I have no idea where it is. I really thought it was one of Nico's posts. It was an older one. Oops. Routines. Oh, and Maraz0004. Thank you. Welcome. Const versus mutable. I don't think it's that one. This I think is too old. Cross crate inlining, auto serialization. See, this just feels much, much too old. Servo design. Mutability idea retracted. Just give me a minute. I know we clicked on that one before. Regular coercion. SIMD. Yeah. Kind of a fun song. Assigning blame to unsafe code. That's funny. Hmm. All right. Not Nico. think I just clicked on that one on accident. Hmm. Next time. Okay. Let's see if we can get this compiling. Don't want to leave it in that state. So what do we do from the back end? The user doesn't have a password. We could just require that, right, when you create one. I don't think it would have been this. Because it was a little bit more of a rant than a paper. It's another good one for the hmm. All right. Maybe it was in the forums. I don't remember. Yeah, we're gonna return an error if they don't have it. Mm. Mm. It would have talked a bit more about pointer aliasing. But yeah, it's not that one. I'll find it eventually. It's all right. So in this case, if user dot password salt dot if this one or the other one are empty, Salt should never be empty, should it? Well, I guess if you're doing an update but not including the password.
My minions beat up all things.
Uh, these are getting nested. Yay. Just want it working. Just call it hash and salt.
What is that my minions?
Spiders moving around up there. um, user at this point is actually copied from a JS value. And what are we doing then with this? We're creating a cookie from that and signing it. Chapter 7? What did I click on? All right.
That's my god. Wait, did they have anything else? Nope. It's just like responding.
I don't think so. No? Pokemon fan. All right. Let's use our correct papers, articles. Hmm. I wrote the too many linked list series. Oh, that's cool. Hmm. Apparently, I implemented most of the interactive games in Homestuck. Huh. Sounds fake to me. Oh, that's funny. That's cool though. All right. So we either clone this or borrow these. But they are borrowed, aren't they? Partially moved. It's still partially moved. That doesn't actually change anything.
What?
Ah, but it does. Oh, because it wasn't moved. It was borrowed. Ah, big difference. Partially moved. On stacked borrows? I see. Well, it looks like it might actually compile. Clean up a couple of these issues. Yep, those are expected. Function is never used to form value. Ah, we need that in user's form. So we have an iterator, this here. That would be, we didn't want to change much. That'd be to form value here. Well, we just remove that. So then we have roles. And down here, if the user has this role, not the best, but it should work.
The Redeemer took one of my health. Literally one. Oh,
He's related to Alex. Oh, interesting. Okay. Does Alex have a blog as well? Hmm. Well, that's cool. All right. Permissions are good. Session. Cookie, that one's fine. Unreachable statement, that's fine. It's half implemented. Users, though.
oh, it's a boulder.
Well, let's see. Check works. Let's get it running again. It's kind of has that 80s driving kind of bass line to it. Like, I don't know. It's just 222. Okay. Uh, Unknown variant. Hmm. All right. Let's post. We'll delete that one. We'll delete Evil Halsey and Super User. Those are the three I've been testing with. All right. Users, empty now. Great. New. Archived is required. Thank you. Look at that. Got a little notice there. Actually, why is that like that? Is this a response? That should be a flash and then a redirect saying, hey, you screwed up. All right, let's go back to the form, user form, and archived. We need a checkbox. Div class roles, password, and email. Here, let's fancy this form up a little bit. We are using whatever this is, Bulma. Let's go to forms, general. Leonardo, thank you. Do I write Node? I don't write Node. I do a lot of front-end JavaScript, though. It's exactly the same thing. Oh, man. Alex Creighton's contributions, I can only imagine. I've noticed actually a pattern to how Alex goes throughout his week. Um, yeah, yeah, prolific. Code review, pull requests. Yeah, pretty amazing. I wonder what this means, right? So half of those are commits, like changes that they're making, and a quarter of them are pull requests. The other quarter are code reviews. Do you get like if you do the review? Or no? What's the difference between a code review and a pull request here? That's just for last month. Oh, I see. Let's add archive here. Oh, oh, look at that. It's so pretty. Okay. Drop down. Look at that. Huh. And this is help text. I do not have client-side validation for this. So anything like that would have to get built onto the server side. Wow. Boris touched every PR and every commit. Wow, that's crazy. That's so cool. I'm so glad for Rust.
I just suddenly died.
Zobros, thank you for the follow.
Dylan, I got an achievement.
Hmm. I wonder if we're actually going to do that with the help text like this.
Not worthy of being a king. Maybe I.
Yeah, here they have icons. Interesting. Huh. That's cool looking. Look at that. They got little icons. What icons do they have? That's sweet.
No damage. It says can.
Anyhow, I mean that's going to be another rabbit hole for me, isn't it? All right, email. Let's just look at email one. They have field. And what are they doing with field? And they have label. Here's the grouping of these. Is danger. Yep. And we can start to get some of those out of the cookies. Because anything like this, we'll have to transfer via cookies from one page to the other. Hmm. Has icon left, has icon right. That's so neat. All right, here. Let's change these. Div class. So the outer wrapper on these, then just class field. See, what about the buttons? What do they do with the buttons? Submit and cancel is grouped. Interesting. And oh, I'm doing these classes wrong.
Engineer.
Like so. And this is grouped. I don't know if I need a double quotes around that. It looks like I don't. Then we have control. Okay, and then we'll have our label around the label. Is that on the label? Okay, it's on the label. That I don't get. Why would you do... Why would you do that? All right. That's for the label. Now for email, because I want that silly little icon. Control has icon left. Oh, it's got a placeholder. Of course. Has icon left. Anything else interesting in that? No. We're not doing the right icon because we're not doing the warning signs. And then input is danger. We'll put input there. And then icon as small as left. And that's a span. Oops. And that just has. Is that the italics tag? Huh. Open and close that. Okay, that's inside the span. Good. We're not doing the right side. And we're not doing the help text. Idiomatic? Oh. When in HTML5, huh? A range of text that is set off from the normal text for some reason. Well, yeah. Back in my day. All right. Let's see. Did that? Let's see what it comes out to. I just want a pretty form. Then I want to see what icons they have. Components, elements, icon. Oh, that's a font awesome. Oh, I see. Which is the FAS and FA hum. All right. How do we start? Start for free. Sign me up. No, I just want icons. I don't want your blog. Clicking way too much. We'll come back to that. Reload the page. There's nothing. The body is an empty page. Oh, because we meant to go to new. Oh, look at that. A little fancier. Okay, email address, password. All right, got a little drop down thingamajig going on there, which I don't know why. Okay, we'll have to style some of that. Oh, and password. Skipped password. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Loading the awesome. Hmm. No, 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 no. It's all right. Oh, wow. That looks cool.
Now you do back with your
Wow. So much stuff. What's pro only? Oh, hi. All right. So reload that. I still didn't get password all fancy. Class control. And this one did it. Oh, did I put control in there? That should have been input. There we go. Now that'll be pretty. Okay. Then this drop down should have been a multi-select drop down. I wonder if Bulma just doesn't support that. Let's see. Select. That can't be the case. Multiple select is multiple. There we go. And I want to increase the size there to 5. Oh, fancy. Okay. Except they didn't get that at the bottom. Died. Okay. Colors. Oh, you can have rounded.
Oh yeah. It's fabulous. Very.
So how do we end up using Font Awesome? Learn more. I don't really want the next set. Because there's what, 2 different ones? There was Go back to here. Ionicons? I have not heard of that one. Open source icons, lovingly handcrafted. MIT licensed and built by Ionic. Nice. Let's try this one. Script module. If you're using the Ionic framework, okay. And if we're not, what what browsers do they support? Hmm, interesting. And what about? No, I've seen the material ones before. I'm hoping to have it work without JavaScript. Oh, there we go. Using the web font. Hmm. SVGs. Maybe the font then. Using the web font while easy is highly discouraged. You can also use ion icons as a selector in CSS and it works. Really? But you still have to have the JavaScript on the page, right?
Man.
All right. It's timing out because I didn't actually go to it. And it's going to be the same for Font Awesome, isn't it?
Wait, Mantis Warband? What?
Yeah, I don't really want to touch Font Awesome. Not really. And then the material design icons. Yeah, that's huge. What's the other? Yeah.
Captain. You're going back over it.
Hmm.
These two are fixing shield.
Maybe we will go with this one. All right. Let's make this work. Well, first, I want to see the page. Listening? Good. No. Good. It got the size difference and the little chevron's gone. Fantastic. Email. Yeah, stated password. Super secret. With some permissions. Archive is required. Fantastic. Okay. Here we go. Now they're suggesting. Clean it up a little bit. Okay. Near the end of your page, right before the closing tag. This is either one, right? It's not both. Huh. I think that's in case the browser supports no module or module. I spelled that wrong. Right. So which browsers do not support this? Internet Explorer. Well, sorry, you're not going to be included to this party, so we're going to omit that. Now, if this is also already on CDNJS, then we'll use that because they're already connected to it. That should give us one less machine. Ah, look at that. Now, how do we actually use the icon? We see FAS, but what are the other ones? I'm guessing nothing. WASM 5 class. Okay, sizes. Oh, here we go. MDI, ionic. Okay. Container class. Ionic class.
I'm going to see what that not that one.
Okay. So we just do ionic icon. What's inside? Oh, I see. Okay. That's their logo. We change this to, let's say, email. Yeah, now it's got a little email thing in it. Okay. Huh. Let's go back to the form. Form. Input. Has icons left. Okay, I did icon singular. I keep looking up at the spider. It's crawling on the ceiling.
Oh no, not in two.
Hmm. Neat little examples. Okay. But this here is wrong. Span icon. Yeah, we're not using FAS. We're using Ionic. Container class icon. Yes. And then the internal one. Is it just that easy? We'll see. I gotta stop soon. Oh, it died. Okay. Oh, look at that. Got a little gap there now. That's good. Oh, but it's not loading the page change. That should be in there. Oh, that's in the head. No, 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 no. That's the wrong spot. That should be down here before that one. No wonder. We do have that. Why? Did I get that wrong? Should that have been no module? Oh, wait, that's experimental. I think I grabbed the wrong one. Hmm. Let's see.
Mantis home world is a red sector. I'm gonna go there.
Okay. This shouldn't be this hard. If I just drop these in there, it's going to work, isn't it? Come on, you can do it. You can do it. There must be a problem with this then. Span icon is left. Ion email. Let's look at Ionic again. Ionicons.
Oh, yeah. It didn't hit the ground.
Email. Oh, it's called mail. Ion mail. Hmm.
Giant alien spider. They've got those bombs.
All right, let's try again. Yeah, come on. That's not right. Did the file not save? It's there. Is left. Ionic icon. Name mail. Wrangler, we're restarting you. Let's try again. And there it is. Okay. Now let's figure out which one of these we actually need. Okay, we're going back to the page. Now which one? I think it's going to be the no module one. I don't know why there's a pound sign there. Probably because of my mistake. Delete everything there. Do that. We will ensure that the changes are done.
They usually want to fight. Yeah.
Only one at the bottom. Okay. So it's the other one. That's fine. So we need the ESM module just like before. Like we tried the first time. Turns out the other piece was wrong. Not the one we were thinking. So yes, it's this one here. There we go. All right, we'll do that, and we'll get the button going. I want the button to be pretty too. So let's. There's icon. We want buttons, elements, button. Colors, primary. So we do buttons, and then button is primary. Okay. The button's working. I know we got our little button down here. However, our little icon's gone. Mail, shadow root. Watch your eyes. Dark reader's coming off. I mean, it did something, but it didn't do the right thing. Do we actually need both of those? All right. There's the first one. Where's the second one? I think that's going to be that one. Nope. All right, so I'm pulling in the wrong file then. Those have to be the wrong ones. The reason I wanted to use the one off CDNJS was because we already had it. All right. Now what happens here? How large is this file? ESM.js. That seems like it would work. Okay, that is tiny. Network, how big is that? 960 bytes. The headers were larger. Okay. Let's find the same one here.
There's one in that one. What's that?
That looks near identical. Huh. They are different. Oh, one of them's minified. That one's minified. This one's not. What if we toss some min in there? Oh, I can't find the minified version. Let's see. Is everything else kind of the same though? Is he sanitize SVG content? Const patch browser. I don't see patch browser being used anywhere. Bootstrap lazy. Ionicon. Yeah, I think it is. Okay. That seems like the right one. But what about the other one? This one. Okay, this time we'll get the non-compressed version. Like, I doubt it's this one. Let's just check. That's not it. Great. Okay. Didn't think it was. I thought it might have been this one. Ah, that's still not it. Okay, that makes sense then. It's not this one, not that one. Is it this one? No. Oh, some are hidden. Like we have some polyfills. Hoping to avoid those. Loader. Here we go. Ionic icons. Oh, that's that reference we were seeing. Okay. See, that's minified. Do they have it without the minification? They do. Okay, so that's the file. How big is that? How big is this one? 33 kilobytes. Ugh. All right, first time hit. Just keep telling myself.
Submission.
We'll add that, make sure that it works, and then we'll remove the other one, make sure that it still works, and we should be good. Okay, reload. Come on, email icon. You can do it. I don't trust it yet. Okay, the first one was the same, I think. So we could go back and check that, but I think it was the same. While we're waiting for the build, let's go check that. So in this case, let's find this file. Okay, not minified. Great. Now we thought that it is this one. No, the ESM one. Okay. Gonna remove the .min. Oh. Looks different, doesn't it? This one? There it is. Slightly different minifier. Usually it's not that hard to find these things. But that time it was.
They said poor, not terrible.
And there it is. There's our little email icon. Just gorgeous. Let's get a little placeholder in there. Looking all right. Let's turn Dark Reader back on. Okay, a little bit darker. Now, I'm going to do something crazy. Going to delete that one or comment it out. I don't even want the bytes there. I'm not targeting IE11 and that class of browser. All right, with just one, it still works. Fantastic. Okay. Form, input, placeholder. Hold on. Oh. Somebody got hung up. All right. Get rid of that. Come back over. Email. I don't know. Email address. Hmm. User. Still missing archived. So we want a checkbox. All right. It's interesting that their style here changed from previous. Not quite what I wanted. I thought they had a better example. Mr. Rios, thank you for the follow. Mysterious. Mysterious. Oh, that's fantastic. All right. Anyhow, hmm. Hmm. All right. Intentionally not styled. Wow. Fine. Now in this case, we have an input classes checkbox. ID is archive. Name is archive. We do not need the ID this time. That should be it, except for that there. Well, once this works, I'm gonna call it. I've been doing this for, oh goodness, 7 hours. Oh, I might be in trouble. Let's see. Okay, now we are going to go back one. Refresh. Archived. Ooh, that's too close. That should be styled. See, it's stripping out all the white space, and we need one space in there. Um, how do we force white space? We could NBSP it. Toss one of those in there. But I bet that it is just plain old stripping it out. Looks like it. Why did it fetch that again? And it escaped it. Fine. What does mod say about spacing? See, I don't remember if it's mod, not made, mod, that's doing the compression or if it's something else. I imagine it's mod. Text and escaping. Hmm. All right. There. Now we have a little space there. We can set archived or not. Save. Archived is required. What is it called? The name is archived. ARCHIVED. All right. Well, I have run out of gas, so we're going to raid. Thank you all for hanging out and being part of this. Cliff Can't Code is going into a 15-hour stream. He's on 11 and a half hours. Or Flusterops. This one's new to me. Maybe we'll drop in there. Let's see. Can't really hear him. Very, very quiet. And actually not in English. All right. I'm gonna raid Cliff. All right, y'all. Gonna bail. Oh man, I'm tired. It's a long stream. That was good. Got a lot done. A lot done. So, till next time.